Okay, hello and welcome. I hope everyone's doing well. I'm doing pretty good. Let's continue with Ultima VII. Yes, Ultima VII, not Ultima Underworld. You gotta show up? There we go. Okay. Oh, hang on. Actually, no. Never mind. I had the worry for a moment that I had to start Munt, but I don't have to, because Exalt does that through itself, so that's all fine. No need to panic. Let's journey onward. Okay, here we are. It is early morning. We haven't slept. And we've got a band of, well, followers. I was going to say merry followers, but I don't know if they're exactly merry. They're being forced to come along the trip anyway. We have ourselves, Irama. We have Yolo. We have extremely buff Spark here. We also have Sentry, and we have Shamano, who is not wearing any pants. Hopefully we can find some for him. Do I actually have any which I could give him? Hang on. There we go. We'll put this light on. That makes it a bit easier to see. Let's see. We've got some jerky. And we've got a loaf of bread. I might want to make some more bread. It's easier than, well, it's free instead of buying it, so. Thank you, music. Feel that British patriotic flow through you. Or that English patriotic further, rather. It's still so weird to me that, like, Richard Garrett decided to, I don't know, call it Britannia and all that. Anyway, I guess he's Lord British. I suppose that came before the game. It was probably a nickname or something. Let me see. I remember reading he had a pretty cool mansion, though apparently he sold it a number of years ago. And it got demolished, which is a bit sad. I think it had towers and all that in it, so. Spark, what have you got? You got sausages. You've got nothing, and you have nothing. You don't even have shoes. Actually, 3 members of our troop don't have shoes. So what are we going to do now? Get used to the idea that we can actually open things from quite a long distance away. What's this? A cauldron. Do I use this? No. Kitchen items. There's a stove. Hang on. I think I can do this. Let's see. I have a bucket. It's full of water. Because I was going to maybe make more bread. Oh, door's locked. I did do a little bit more reading on this game. It kind of just reminded me that there is a lot of hidden stuff around the place. So, I know where some of it is located. Why not put the flour on the table first? I was. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thanks, fellas. No, I'm going to eat the flour. You know, nom nom nom. Okay. Get this dough. Put it in the... Yes! I say, this is like cooking and having like 4 other experts standing around you telling you how to do things. It's worse than that even. Okay, there we go. Oh, that actually cooked it, putting it up on top of the shelf there. Okay, it doesn't actually have to be in the stove. It just has to be on the stove. Sprite does it. There we go. We'll make some more bread. As I said, it's free food. So we might not have to do too much of this. We can sort of wander around the world, grazing on whatever food which we come across. Yeah, that apparently counts as being in the stove. Maybe it's like a heat bench or something. Boink. I believe the bread is ready. Yes. I believe the bread is ready. Thank you. I believe the... Yes, thank you, fellas. Is this one in there? That one might be a bit too far away. And... There we go. Smells good. Okay. Again, this just, I don't know, this, like, interactivity in the world is really neat. There's actually something else we could do here. If we go into the, clothier shop here, we can get this, which is, like, cotton, I guess? We can turn it on the, loom. No, not that's the loom. This is a spinning wheel. Did we get a bolt of cloth from that? We got fish and chips. No, hang on. Where is the... Is that it? No, that's a pastry. Where is my bolt of cloth? Is it not done? Is it on the floor? I suspect spinning the wool would be more fruitful than spinning an empty wheel. Hello! Welcome, Puka-san. Hope it's going well. Oh, there it is. There's the bolt of wool on the ground. But yeah, we can do that. And, I think as soon as we spin it, it counts as ours. So if I take this, we can, put the wool on the loom. Hit it with our sword a few times. And I believe we just turned it into a bolt of cloth. Or fabric. Yeah, there we go. Now... Pardon me, having some tea. Like the, playthrough I was reading that reminded me about this. I don't remember what you could do with this afterwards. Apparently you could use the cloth. Yeah. You could cut it into bandages with shears. But I don't know whether you can actually turn it into clothes or anything like that. But I guess we could sell it. Weighs a bit. So... I mean, we did just walk into someone's shop and, you know, turn a bunch of their, wool into cloth, and we now lay claim to it, but, hey. We're saving the world, damn it. Right. I also read how you could go about getting things in here, and... I don't know. I might do that. Probably later, though. As I said, I kind of want to play this game and get the equipment as I come across. It's really easy to get, like, end-of-game equipment at various stages in this game. So, I feel that will kind of... Even the game itself, with the expansion Forge of Virtue, it sort of undermines its whole progress, because you can do that expansion right at the beginning of the game and make the avatar extremely powerful. I kind of want to hold off on that. So I can get a feel for, I don't know, just finding items in dungeons and making use of them when we get them. What's this say? Yes. Excuse me for thinking that the sun had risen now. I guess I have got a pocket watch. Oh, there we go. Yeah. 5:11 a.m. Okay. Is there anyone in the farmer's market? No. That fruit looks good. We could probably just eat it all off the tables. Nobody's around. People are so trusting. Especially of the avatar. All the doors are left open from when I came through here. Maybe people just went to bed, leaving the doors open. Hey, cat. Hey, here, kitty kitty. I hate cats. Well, nuts to you, Shamano. Okay, let's... Hang on. Oh, we're going the wrong way. We have to go over here. Let's go pester Lord British. Maybe he's up now. Okay, across the drawbridge. There's some cannons up there. And... go through here. Courtyard. Oh, hey! Look who it is. Is he up? Nope. How grand to an empty throne. You see a tough-looking palace guard who takes his job very seriously. Name? I'm a guard. Job? Yeah, he's a guard. Just says the same thing all the other guards say. Can I sit on the throne? My throne now. No! No! Oh, there he is. He's asleep. Okay. Everyone is asleep. Begone, fool. What? You see a working class elderly woman who exudes sweetness. Unless when she's saying begone, fool. Name? Oh, everyone simply calls me Nana. Job? I watch over the royal nursery. I am the nanny of these wonderful children. Royal nursery. There have been a great number of babies born in Britannia in recent years, so Lord British established this nursery. It is nice that the noblemen and noblewomen have this luxury, so that they may attend to their daily duties. Nanny. Well, I feed them and change their diapers, and read aloud all the books thou dost see lying around. Luckily, I have Sherry to help me. Sherry? Sherry is a special mouse who has lived here in the castle for many, many years. She recites stories for the children. Yes, Sherry is actually a mouse which joins your party for one point in Ultima VI. I did actually read up about that. And you can... she's kind of like a... She's supposed to just join you for a single task which you require someone who's really small to perform. But you can actually keep her in your party, and even though her strength is really low, she can train it up a little bit, but she has really high dexterity, which helps her on hitting targets and also avoiding being hit. So, with a bit of training, she can become quite nasty. She recites stories for the children, and I guess for the mouse, she would be... I think, it was 200 years since you'd last been to Britannia, which would have been... Ultima VI, so yeah, not including Ultima Underworld. I was going to look up where Ultima Underworld fell in the overall storyline, but it's not really important. It's kind of just a side story for everything else. Children, they are lovely, are they not? Every day they seem to learn more and more. Most of the time they are a joy. Nanny whispers to you conspiratorially, and other times I could happily throw them out with the bathwater. Luxury. Yes, I suppose it really is a luxury. The poorer people in Britannia certainly do not have such a service for caring for their children. The rich do have an advantage. You detect a hint of bitterness in her voice. Books. Lord British bought them from his homeland. They are very foreign to us here in Britannia, but the children enjoy them just the same. I wonder what a Britannian childhood story is. Advantage. I do not mean to complain by any means. I adore my work. But contrary to the thinking of many of the noblemen and women, a class structure exists in Britannia more than ever before. Taxes are unbearable. The rich get richer, and the poor get poorer. As the saying goes. Class structure. Well, look around. There are rich men who live in opulent castles, and right outside are poor people who live in hovels. Thou dost know how there are winged gargoyles and wingless gargoyles? Well, it seems the human race is getting to be just as divided. There is no unity in the land anymore. It is why I've joined the Fellowship. Oh yes, I see the amulet around your neck there. Taxes. The Britannian Tax Council drains us all dry, especially the lower and middle classes. What about the Fellowship? The Fellowship is a society of spiritual seekers who strive to reach the highest level of human potential and to share this philosophy freely with all others. Yeah. Okay, that's a general spiel. Thou shouldst really come to a meeting. Thou wouldst learn a lot. Yes. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Nope. Okay. Bye. Good day. Do come back and visit again soon. There is a dinosaur there. And a book. What's this book? Chitty Chitty Bang Bang by Ian Fleming. This wonderful children's story of a car that could fly has been pleasing youths and adults alike for many generations. I might have seen a movie based on that when I was really young. I can't say I've ever read the book though. Oh, here comes Sherry. Apparently she can open doors. There she goes. What's this book? Oh, yes I have. Let's try to click on the book. The Wizard of Oz by Frank L. Baum. The tale of a little girl Dorothy, who, with her dog Toto, travels through whirlwinds of magic to a fanciful land called Oz. Blah, blah, blah. I've seen the film of this. Of course. I think I actually spent a period where I would watch the film over and over again. I don't have any of their books. I was actually kind of surprised to learn how many books in the Wizard of Oz series there are. A Guide to Childcare for the Rich and Famous by Lady M. With love from Samatha Mengling. Within is the extensive guide for nannies describing contemporary techniques and the latest in troubleshooting with children of all ages. Special chapter details the art of diaper changing and adds a touch of humor by describing, for the most soldiery sorts who may be reading, the effects of hurling sword diapers at one's enemies. Oh yes, that is actually something you could do in this game. The soiled nappy is such a powerful item in this game that it can be used to disable any NPC in the game permanently. They will just become so disgusted that they will not do anything else except run around and flee in terror. I don't think I'll be making use of that. Herbert's Hair-Raising Adventure by Bill Peet. Oh, Hubert the Liar was haughty and vain, and especially proud of his elegant mane. Blah, blah, blah. I think it's Lord British's favourite story. Okay, let's leave. But yeah, you can get one of these, use it on one of the babies, and you'll get a dirty nappy. What art thou doing here? I am exploring the castle. I have a note from Lord British, who's still in bed. Wake up! Sherry's going around entering people's rooms and just, like, turning the lights on and off. Who goes there? Hey there. You see your old friend, Lord British, looking a bit older than when you last saw him. His eyes gleam at the sight of you. Welcome, my friend, he says, embracing you. You just got me up. Please, tell me what brings thee to Britannia, or more importantly, what brought thee here. Rumble? Name? Oh, that's the earthquake. Job by... Yeah. What's your name? Lord British Last. What art thou joking, Avatar? Dost thou not recognize thy old friend? We had to rescue you from the abyss at one point. Having to run all over the place for you. Job? Lord British rolls his eyes. Must we go through this formality? He laughs, shaking his head. Very well. As thou well knowest, I am sovereign of Britannia, and have been for some time now. Even though I came from thine homeland, I have chosen to live my life here. Okay. Yeah, Red Moongate sent me here. You relate the story of how a red moon gate appeared behind your house and mysteriously took you to Trinsic. Lord British's brow creases as you speak. Finally he says, I did not send the red moon gate to fetch thee. Someone or something must have activated that moon gate, and that is strange indeed. Because we have been having a bit of trouble with moon gates as of late. In fact, we have been having trouble with magic in general. Really? What's the trouble with the moon gates? The moon gates are not functioning. We cannot use them as we have in the past. Not only are they dysfunctional, they are in fact dangerous. One of my trusted sages used mine own Orb of the Moons to travel to the Shrine of Humility, and his body did shatter upon entering the gate. If only that mage in Cove hadn't gone mad. Yeah, what did you say about magic? Something is awry. Magic has not been working for the longest time. I even have trouble creating food with magic. It must be something to do with the magical ether. There are those who say that magic is dying. What with the trouble with the moon gates and the situation with Nistel, I am beginning to suspect that they might be right. Lord British studies you a moment. Perhaps magic will work much better for thee. Thou hast not been in Britannia long. It is possible that whatever has affected magic here has not made its mark upon thee yet. Please try it. A spellbook is stored with the rest of thine equipment. Hey, my stuff! Where's that? Equipment. Thou art welcome to any of mine equipment. I keep it in a locked storeroom here in the castle. Thou wilt find a key in my study. Once you leave my bedroom. Let me sleep in. Homeland. I know that it has been many a year since I visited our Earth, but surely thou dost remember that the two of us hail from the same time and place, and as brothers in origin. Thou shouldst also remember that thou canst ask me for aid at any time thou mightest require it. Yeah. What else about Britannia? The state of the land could not be more prosperous. Dost thou realize that thou hast been away for 200 Britannian years? Lord British wags a finger at you. I am certain that thy friends have rued thine absence. Oh yeah, they were heartbroken. 'Tis a shame thou dost stay away so long, but I'm so very happy to see thee. Britannia is prosperous and abundant. Look around thee. Explore the newly refurbished castle. Travel the land. Peace is prominent in all quarters. Yes, Britannia has never been better. Well, almost never. What else? There's not really a good order to ask all these things in. Spellbook? Yes, I have a spellbook stored away with the rest of the equipment. Okay, thanks. Storeroom? I am sure thou canst find it. The ruler smiles slyly. Consider it something of a game. Ugh. Study? 'Tis in the western end of the castle. Well, thank you for telling me that. Oh, is it in there? Friends. That must mean YOLO, Chaminade, and Dupree, of course. Yeah, not Sentry. Sentry doesn't count. YOLO. I have seen our friend rarely over the years. I understand he has been spending most of his time in Trinsic. Hello, YOLO. How art thou? Yeah, there. Again, they'll actually, have different dialogue if people are in your party. If YOLO isn't in his party, I'm pretty sure he will just... He won't talk about it, but... I am well, my liege. 'Tis good to see thee. Chaminade. That rascal does not come around very often, though I understand but he spends most of his time in Britain these days. What dost thou have to say for thyself, Chaminade? Mine apologies, my lord, Chaminade says. What's this I hear of a woman? An actress, Chaminade blushes and shuffles his feet. I suspected as much, the ruler says, laughing. What else? Dupree. I have not seen that one since I knighted him. Typical. I do the man a favour, and he disappears. I heard he might be in Jellum. Okay. Trinsic. I have not been down there in many years. Has something happened there? You should probably tour your kingdom a bit more often. A murder. Murder! Intrinsic! The ruler looks concerned. I have heard nothing about it. Art thou investigating it? Yes. Very good. It pleases me that thou art concerned about my people. Got foisted on me as soon as I arrived. The king pauses a moment. Now that thou dost mention it, I have had reports of other similar murders in the past few months. In fact, there was one here in Britain 3 or 4 years ago. The body was mutilated in a ritualistic fashion. Oh yeah, someone mentioned that in Trinsic, that they'd heard of a similar murder. Apparently there is a maddened killer on the loose, but I have no doubt that someone such as thee, Avatar, can find him. Yeah. And apparently there's 2 people involved with it, possibly. Jellum, a rather violent place, by all accounts. I have not had the pleasure of a visit in quite a while. Right. Ritualistic. I do not recall many details. Thou shouldst ask Patterson, the town mayor, about it. He may remember more. Okay. Killer? That is, of course, only an assumption on my part, but that is all we have had to work with, unless thou hast already uncovered some useful information. I mean, you said another murder like it happened 3 or 4 years ago. How much of an investigation in the effect did you actually perform? Apparently not much. It's just like, oh, there's a murder, they'll cut up. Okay. What else? Without the avatar around, everyone's just so hopeless. Yeah, someone with a hook. A man with a hook? The king rubs his chin. No, I do not recall ever meeting a man with a hook. Crown Jewel. I'm afraid I cannot possibly know of every ship that comes through our ports. Thou shouldst check with Clint, the shipwright, if thou hast not done so. Okay. Well, what about the Fellowship? They are an extremely useful and productive group of citizens. Thou shouldst most certainly visit the Fellowship headquarters here in Britain and speak with Batlin. The Fellowship has done many good deeds throughout Britannia, including feeding the poor, educating and helping those in need, and promoting general goodwill and peace. Okay, Orb of the Moons. Mine has not worked since the troubles with magic began. In fact, none of the moon gates have been working reliably for quite a while. Didst thou bring thine Orb of the Moons? No, I don't have it. I see. Thou might be stranded in Britannia. Here, why not try mine? I shall let thee borrow it. Perhaps it will work for thee. Be careful, though. The moon gates have become dangerous. I think we actually had, like, the Orb of the Moons on our desk at the beginning of the game. But we didn't take it with us, because it's not in our inventory. So we just got up, saw the portal, and jumped in without thinking of how we'd get back. Oh well. Lord British hands you his Orb of the Moons. Give it a shake and see whether you can get it working. Have you tried turning it on and off again? Mad Mage. The ruler leans forward and speaks quietly. There was a mad mage in Cove by the name of Rudium. Dost thou remember him? Rudium was working with a magical substance called Blackrock before he went mad. He claimed that this mineral could solve the problems of the moon gates. I suggest that thou shouldst go to Cove and find him. Try to learn what it was he was doing with this Blackrock material. It could be our only hope. Okay, what about Cove? Surely thou dost remember Cove. It is a very pleasant town to the east of Britain. Quite relaxing. Okay, what about Nistel? Try talking to him. Okay, apparently. That's Nistel down there, I believe. Hello, welcome, no matter. Have I paid for those carrots yet? I told you I paid for them. Yeah. Yes, I have. All 3 gold. I'll go down and purchase some more. What else was there? Castle. Yes, it has been redecorated since I last visit. The architects and workers did a splendid job. Oh yes, thinking on how things look in this game, I did actually look up sort of the perspective that the game uses, because it's not. I'm pretty sure this isn't an isometric perspective, because it's not like Diablo. I think it was. What was it? I think it was mentioned that it was like a minus 135 degree oblique projection or something like that. Rather than being like properly isometric. So that's why everything looks weird, that people are all sort of angled to the left. They're all tilted. Rather than, yeah, like how Diablo does it, where it's sort of, the camera's more sort of looking at it from an angle, whereas this is, I guess this is kind of looking at it from above, but everything's sort of positioned like it's, you know, at a perspective, but anyway. The architects and workers did a splendid job. The ruler leans towards you with a sour look on his face. The only mar in the entire complex is that damn nursery. Oh, you don't like the nursery? I will not go near the place. Kings and dirty diapers do not mix. The Great Council talked me into implementing the nursery after several of my staff started having families. Although it was probably a necessity, I shall pretend it does not exist. Okay. Not too fond of children. Can you tell me about Rujum? He was a brilliant and respected mage, but something happened to him in recent years. He seemed to go completely senile. Okay. Yeah, you said something there was almost never trouble in Britannia. Well, things are indeed fine. It is the people I'm concerned about. There's something wrong with Britannia, but I do not know what it is. Something is hanging over the heads of the Britannian people. They are unhappy. One can see it in their eyes. There is nothing that is unifying the population. Since there has been peace for so long. Sure. Perhaps thou couldst determine what is happening. I implore thee to go out amongst the people, watch them in their daily tasks, speak with them, work with them, break bread with them, steal their belongings. Perhaps they need someone like the Avatar to take an interest in their lives. Okay. What can you tell me about Batlin? He is a druid who began the Fellowship about 20 years ago. He is highly intelligent and is a warm and gentle human being. Not suspicious at all. Headquarters. Yes, it's not far from the castle, to the southwest. It is just south of the theatre. Okay. What about the Rumble? Lord British looks at you gravely. The foundation of Britannia was shaken with the rising of an island. This event was no random disaster. It was one of sorcerous intent. Island? Yes, Serrano. I felt a great disturbance in the ether when this island arose from the sea. The island is none other than the Isle of Fire, where thou defeated the Hellspawn Exodus. This is a reference to Ultima 3, I believe. Oh boy. Ultima 1, 2, and 3. They're still set in Britannia. I think they're actually set in the sort of collection of land masses known as Satosa or something like that. There's actually 4 land masses in the world of which we're in. One of which is Britannia. The other one is later on we go there in Serpent's Isle. And the other 2, I forget the names of them. I think Shamano was king of the landmass of Serpent's Isle. But they haven't been featured since at least Ultima 1 and 2. I don't know about Ultima 3. They weren't present in Ultima 4. But yes, Ultima 1 focused on you defeating an evil mage called Mordain, I think was his name. Ultima 2 was about defeating an apprentice of Mordain called Minak, maybe? I think she was called. And then Exodus was in Ultima 3. And from what I remember, Exodus was kind of a mix of a demon and a computer. So, spoilers for people who haven't played that, I guess. I'm not going to play those. They're a bit too old for my tastes. I didn't grow up playing them, so I'll probably go back and play Ultima 6, but I don't know about Ultima 5, probably not Ultima 4. Most likely not Ultima 1, 2, and 3. Ultima 1's weird. It's kind of a mix of fantasy and sci-fi, because you have to go through all these tasks. You have to, like, rescue a princess and also get your flying stripes and become a space ace. Very ambitious for the time. Kind of impressive how much stuff you could do in it. I can't remember when it came out. Would have been like 84? Maybe? 84, 85, 86? Something like that. Quite a few years before my time. But, yeah. I think Ultima 1 was a refinement of another game Richard Garriott made called Akalabeth. Which is actually free on GOG if you wish to play it. It's really just a simple RPG dungeon crawler, very much like the other later Ultima series. I think Ultima 4 is actually free as well. Anyway, So yeah, Exodus is the villain of Ultima 3. Isle of Fire. Irala, thou shouldst know that when I created the Shrines of the Virtues, I also set upon this island 3 great shrines dedicated to the principles of truth, love, and courage. They reside within the walls of the Castle of Fire. I never revealed this to thee before, as I thought them forever lost when the Isle of Fire mysteriously sank beneath the waves. The shrines are meant for the use of an avatar only, and therefore a talisman will be necessary to use one. The talismans are guarded by tests that thou shouldst have no problem passing if thou wishest to seek their counsel. Spelt there wrong. If thou wishest to seek out this isle, thou mayest use my ship. It now sits upon the southern shore of Vespa, and is called the Golden Unk. Please, feel free to use it for as long as thou hast need of it. This is, again, the Forge of Virtue expansion for the Black Gate. I'll probably hold off on doing it just because it really makes your character very powerful. Lord British hands you the deed to the ship. No, thanks. I have also focused a magical crystal to the entrance of the Castle of Fire, which I refurbished after the battle with Exodus. Here, take it. Perhaps it will give thee some insight, although be warned. It is not at all stable, and might be prone to shatter the nearest thou find thyself to the location to which it is tuned. Lord British gives you the crystal. Okay, what about Exodus? Thy battle with that strange mixture of machine and spirit is now legendary. Do be careful if thou art going to the Isle, for the remains of that being now reside in one of the chambers of the Castle of Fire. Okay, aid. Do not forget, Avatar, that I have the power to heal thee. That is one bit of magic that still seems to work for me, and I could probably provide thee with some equipment and a spellbook. Okay, equipment. Thou art welcome to any of mine equipment, blah blah blah. Spellbook. Yeah. Heal. I can still heal, cure poison, and sometimes resurrect. Art thou in need of one of these? Yes. Of which service dost thou have need? Heal. Who dost thou wish to be healed? I don't know, me. Indeed, this person is badly wounded. Attempt to return them to health. Of course, it will never cost thee anything to use mine healing services. Thou seemest quite healthy. Done. Okay. Yes. Heal. YOLO. Heal. Yes. Spark. There we go. I think everyone is fully healed up. We haven't been in combat with them. Oh. Apparently he is badly injured. Let's just go amongst everyone and heal them all up. There we go. Does he say something different if Bye. That's my health. No, okay. I guess he just says that they're badly injured regardless of how much health they actually have, how much damage they've actually taken. So. And he promptly goes back to bed. Get out of here! Okay. Oh, I should... Right, his study. Pardon me. Oh, they're all actually up. They all get up at exactly the same time. There's some pants. I guess this isn't his study? There's a lever here. This opens some hidden passages. There is a whole bunch of hidden passages all over the castle. Yes, thank you, music. And we said his study was in the west. I guess this is it here. Let's see. There is a light source in there, and there is a key. We'll take that key. We were given permission to take it. The Day It Didn't Work by R. Allen G. This collection of essays details the difficulties in overseeing a group of well-meaning misfits in a mechanical environment, especially when the overseer is a misfit as well. No One Leaves. The sequel to The Day It Didn't Work. This short tome offers insight to why new mechanical contraptions don't always function at the time agreed upon between mechanism and overseer, despite how constructed they may appear. Blah blah blah. No way to jump. Apply such elements. Yeah. Up is out. Okay. How to conquer the world in 3 easy steps. Found within the ravings of a deranged megalomaniac cleric describing his plans for the domination of Britannia. And after I've acquired the vast corpse spell, there will be no one to defy me, for all will fear my casting of the spell. Even the loft Lord Brit himself will offer his obeisance to me. Okay. I think you're talking about the Armageddon spell or something there. Okay. Make Yolo steal Lord Brit into pants. I'm tempted. We actually need some pants. So... yeah, you know what? I mean, if we could wear them, that is. Oh, hang on. There might be too many people around. If they go off screen... Thanks, music. We're going to get that every single time we pass through there. I have a bad feeling. Okay, you gotta leave. Come on. Get out of there. The Lord British seems to have a very, suggestive tapestry up on his side room there. Come on. Could you leave, please? Anytime now. Whatever. Okay. We just leave all these side passages open and everyone will just walk through there. Yeah, there's a clock here. 6:32. Oh, yes. There is a parrot here. Squawk? Polly want a cracker? Give me a cracker. Squawk? Okay, there's also a gavel in here. If we use a gavel on the bird, I will tell... the treasure is at 169 south, 28 east. Okay. Let's see. 169 south, 28 east. There we go. We've got a location for treasure. Or something which I remembered. Well, I saw when I looked up. Oh, there's a clacker there. That is really weird. There's also a powder keg there. What's this? Sleeping powder. I think there's a skull there? No, a jar. A jar. Jar. A cake. So, yeah. Okay. Hello. You are wary of conversing with the trickster Chuckles, but decide to anyway. Name? I must not say my name, lest I break the rule of the game. Job? I was, am, and shall be the court fool. I can give thee a clue if I wish, but for now my job is to play the game. Game. Thou must play the game if thou dost want to speak with me. I don't understand. What are the rules? I know the game. Explain it. Yeah, I know the game. Then just play it. Of what do we speak? Of what thou wouldst like. Thou. What dost thou want to speak of me? Canst thou not think of a thing much more fun of which to speak? Women, girls, food, supper, food. There is good food at the pub. Ask for me. I like to eat on the floor of my room. Oh, as for me, I like to eat on the floor of my room. Where is the blue boar? Thou canst get a good meal there, but I could give thee a good clue. Art thou sure thou canst play the game? Yes. Then prove it. Talk to me. Yeah, well, we're already doing that. Hello, Chuckles. Hello, fool. Hi, Chuckles. Hi, Chuck. Hi there. What is on thy mind? Too much. Ah, I do know what thou mean. Thou dost need help, yes? Canst thou help? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I might give thee a clue. I would like to give Chuckles a black eye. That would be big of thee. What wilt thou give me for a clue? I shan't murder thee. Gold, my friendship, a smile, nothing, a smile. How nice. All right, I shall give thee a clue. 'Tis here in this scroll. So long, my friend. Do not forget. Do not lose how to play the game. There we go. Did you get that? Did you understand what the game was? I've cheated because I've kind of figured it out quite a while ago from watching things, but oh, there's a glowy gem. Hello, welcome, Felfink. And here's the scroll. How to keep the avatar busy for hours looking for a clue. Please scroll forward. How to keep the avatar very busy for hours looking for a clue. How to keep the avatar very, very busy for hours looking for a clue. Very, very busy for hours. Very, very, very busy. So very, very, very incredibly busy for hours looking for a clue. Absolutely, unbelievably and incredibly busy for hours looking for a clue. When thou art not so busy, thou should speak out Margareta the gypsy in Minoc and have thy fortune told. Signed, Chuckles. Yeah. Thanks. Okay. Chuckles is a character who's appeared in... I don't know. I think it was in Ultima 4. Probably 5 and 6 as well. Whether it's the same one or not, I don't know. If the avatar ends up murdering him, probably not. Oh, who's this? You see, your former companion and friend, Joffrey, captain of the guard. Name? Joffrey Chuckles. Art thou joking? I'm Jeffrey. Jeffrey. Job. These days I remain in my position as captain of the guard. I am Lord British's personal bodyguard, and I am in charge of security at the castle. I do not have much time or use for adventuring now. I've aged a bit over the last 200 years, and I am afraid I shall not be joining thee this time, but my thoughts are with thee, and if I may offer some assistance, I shall be glad to do so. I also looked up how training works in this game. Trying to remind myself how it functions. I don't think I really figured out from reading how it works exactly. These things can take me a bit of time sometimes. I think every time you train with someone, they will raise 3 of your stats, potentially. And different trainers will raise, like... Well, no, they'll raise, like... I think each training... Here I am trying to explain something I don't really understand. You have a training point, you go to a trainer will be able to train you in, like, mostly 2 different areas, say, strength and combat. And they might, in one training session, I think, raise strength by 2 points and then combat by 1 point. Or, you know, like, intelligence by 1 point and magic by 2 points or something like that. But I think there's a difference in some trainers and how effective they are in training you and things. I think the trainer intrinsic at the beginning of the game is not necessarily that good, but I can't remember why. I'm very good at describing things. I don't know where Jeffrey sits on that. Aged. Yes, it has been a long time by Britannian reckoning since I have seen mine homeland. When thou hast finished with thy business, do come back and tell me news of what is happening in our homeworld. Okay. assistance. Mine advice to thee is to build up thine experience and skills as soon as possible. Thou hast been away from Britannia for a long time. Thou mightest not be in the same shape thou wert in at the end of thy last adventure here. Yeah, every time it's like I'm starting from new. Experience. Go and search for monsters, vanquish them, take their gold, gain experience. Use that experience when thou dost visit trainers. Increase thy strength, dexterity, and intelligence, and as well as thy combat skill and ability to perform magic. Thou won't be lost without the necessary evolution of experience. I don't think there's a level cap in this game, but I think at a certain point, the amount of experience you require to get to a next level becomes just a huge amount. I can't remember what level you would get to by about the end of the game. It might be around level 9 or something. Shape. It is apparently another difference in our two worlds. Whenever thou shalt return, it is as if thy physical body has arrived here for the first time. It is the reason why many of thine own companions have chosen to stay here, even though they have aged in Britannian time. Right. So I guess if they went back, and then if they went back to Earth and then came back here, they would have gotten physically younger. Because it's like if 200 years have passed, but then I don't know how many years there were between Ultima 6 and 7. Maybe like 2 or 3. So I don't know. Have courage, have faith, be strong, be wise. Okay. What about you? Yes, let's talk to the wall. No. Can we talk to Sherry? You see a very large mouse with an air of superior intelligence. Avatar, she exclaims, I cannot believe thou art here, Irala. Name? Why, dost thou not remember Sherry, Irala? Job. I mainly assist Nana in the royal nursery during the day. I watch the children alone in the evenings, while Nana has dinner and goes to her fellowship meeting. Other times I run around the castle looking for mouse food. They don't actually feed you. Okay, royal nursery. The children are so much fun. I like to read them their favourite stories. Happens to be Lord British's favourite children's story too. He read it to me, oh, those many years ago. Castle? It is much the same as it was when thou wert here last. There has been a bit of remodelling. After all, it has been 200 years since thou wert last here. I believe Lord British has a storeroom with quite a bit of equipment inside. Mouse food. Well, cheese is my favourite. If thou dost ever have cheese to give away, I would gladly eat it. But I will generally eat most anything. Dost thou have any cheese for me? Unfortunately not. Too bad. If thou dost find any, please keep me in mind. Children. If thou hast not had the chance yet, do look around and meet them. They are most wonderful and amusing. Story. Dost thou want to hear the story? It is called Hubert's Hair-Raising Adventure. Yeah, sure. Sherry stands on her hind legs, takes a deep breath, and then recites from memory very, very fast. Hubert the Lion was haughty and vain, and especially proud of his elegant mane. With a conceit of this sort isn't proper at all, and Hubert the Lion was due for a fall. One day he sharpened his claws on a rock, he received the most horrible, terrible shock. A flaming hot spark flew up in the air, came down on his head, and ignited his hair. With a roar of surprise, he took off like a streak, away through the jungle to Zamboozy Creek. He let Dinka splash with a shower of bubbles and came bubbling up with a head full of stubbles. At first he just stared with a wide open mouth at the cloud of black smoke drifting off to the south. Then he felt with his paws just in back of his ears, and suddenly realised the worst of his fears. I'm ruined, he shouted. Oh, what do I do? I'd rather be dead or go live in a zoo. And if anyone sees me, oh, what a disgrace. So I'd better discover a good hiding place. Okay, bye. Farewell, my lady. Can we actually talk to children? You see a child that has recently grown into toddlerhood. It's a wonderful portrait. Name. His name is Nicholas. Okay. Job? When his job is why his job is to wet his diaper. Is that not right, Nicholas? Nana says in baby talk. Wee diaper. Nicholas is one of our orphans. He was left in front of the castle one morning. 'Tis a sad state of affairs when this kind of thing happens. Wait, you notice that Nicholas's diaper is wet? Oh my, he's wet, is he not? Could Sal be a dear and change him for me? I would appreciate it. Yay, diaper, wee! Nicholas says happy. Diapers are in there on the table. That was just use one of Nicholas. Yeah, okay. Bye-bye. Video. This is a cute toddler holding a baby doll. Name? Quisty. Christy, like Nicholas, is one of our orphans. She was found in an abandoned home in Paws by one of the great council members. Job. Looks confused. Sing, horsey, Rosa, winner. Sounds like a riddle. Sing. Christy is more than happy to do so. A, B, C, D. Oh, she sings the alphabet. It's Cookie Monster in there. She is proud of her song, although she didn't get it quite right. Where did she mess up? C, D, E, F, G, H, I. Oh, miss out J. K, M, 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 O, P. Q, T, W, Y, X, Z. Well, that's fine. Horsey. I love Horsey. She rocks hard on the rocking horse. Rosa. Christy hugs her baby doll tight. Rosa. Oh, okay. Winner. I am winner, she proclaims loudly. She keeps saying that. I'm not sure what it means. Something to do with the competition. Okay. Bye. Bye-bye. It might be a reference to, like, developers' babies or something like that. Like an 80-year-old man. Sometimes the difference between an 80-year-old man and a toddler is not that big, not that great. As I've been led to believe. There we go. So we can use the nappy on the toddler, and we changed the nappy. Yay! And you can use it as a weapon, but we're not going to. Maybe later. I don't feel like carrying around a whole bunch of nappies. They see an elderly man with good humor and a warm smile. Oh, hello. Welcome, Wex. Thank you for the raid. How's it going? I hope things are going well. I think I saw you playing... Oh boy. I did have a look at what it was. Theme Hospital, that's right. Yes, been meaning to have a look at that myself. Were you having fun with it? I think people were... I think I was gifted a copy of, what's it called? The spiritual successor to it. Something Peaks Hospital or something like that. You love Theme Hospital. Play it like every other year. Oh, okay. What a familiarity with it. Yeah, I never played it growing up. Might have had a demo of it. I'm not sure. Though it might have been one of those games where it had a demo, as in a demonstration, which was just a series of screenshots of it. Core 6TH is must, though, these days. Oh, is that a fan sort of updated engine for it? I was also wanting to have a look at Theme Park one time, though I tried it a bit on my own, and Theme Park, when you've got like Roller Coaster Tycoon, I don't think there's much reason to go to it. Theme Park's kind of like that, but a lot simpler, and it doesn't really explain what's going on. Why don't I put a dirty diaper in the oven? That sounds disgusting. Yeah. I don't know whether that would do anything. I guess we can try. Core 6TH aims to re-implement the game engine of Theme Hospital and be able to load the original game data files. Core 6TH aims to re-implement the game engine. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I like those fan sort of updates it to the engines. I think like Open RTC, RCT, Roller Coaster Tycoon, which I think has had updates, so you can have really huge maps on it and huge amounts of ride goers, or peeps, I think they're called in the game. So they had something like that for Theme Hospital. You could have like bigger hospitals and It might get difficult to manage it, but it's a good thing though. I'll know who to turn to if I decide to play it myself. What's your name? All my friends call me Benny. Oh, are you Benny Hill? You look a little like him. Job. I am the head servant at the castle. My job consists of keeping the other servants in line and serving the meals. Head servant. Yes, I have been head servant for many years. My entire family works for Lord British. My son is the King's gentleman's gentleman. My daughter is the royal chambermaid. My wife is head cook. We are pleased to work for Lord British. Meals. My wife, Boots, is the head cook. Her specialty is roast beef. She makes wonderful pastries, too. Enough of those will give thee a very un-Avatar-like figure. Come to the dining room during breakfast or dinner, and I will be most honoured to serve thee. Hey, thanks. I think it's about lunch. I think it's about breakfast anyway. Safe journeys. Yeah, let's sit down. Maybe we can get a meal. Come on, everyone, sit down at the table. Where's my other party members? Spark's missing, and so is Sentry. Oh, there's Spark. And here comes Sentry. Will we actually get served? He's looking at the table, or looking at the chair. Now he's looking at me. No? Okay. Oh well. I believe... yeah. Boots here, I think? Will just keep making bread. And this table will eventually be covered in bread. And you can just take it. It just keeps, like, baking bread over and over again. This is an elderly woman who epitomizes grandmotherly. Name. All my brothers and sisters called me Boots when I was a baby, and it has remained my name ever since. Job. Why, I am Lord British's personal cook. I prepare meals for the entire castle. Meals. Just go to the dining room at breakfast or supper time, and mine husband Benny will serve thee. We sat there for a bit, we didn't get anything. Breakfast. For breakfast, I usually prepare a dish that my liege brought with him from his homeland. Here we call it Eggs British. It is served with assorted fruits and tea, of course. It is the king's favourite. Oh, you mean like Eggs Benedict or something? I used to have bacon and eggs a lot for breakfast. I stopped having it when I went out of high school because I was afraid it would be too... because I wasn't running around at all. I felt like it wouldn't be good for my health. Supper. This meal is usually whatever meat or game or fish Lord British requests, accompanied by several additional courses and a fine dessert. Yeah, I bet you did expect to learn my, like, to learn my eating habit when you joined this stream. All the most pertinent information. Benny. He's a dear, but he has become a little absent-minded in his later years. He never remembers to bring enough meat for the slaughterhouse in Paws. In fact, we are short this week. Absent-minded. Last week I asked him to put a little garlic into the soup. He put in the garlic and then forgot about it, so he went and put some more in. Then he forgot he did that, so he put in more. Well, thou canst imagine the look on Lord British's face when he finally did taste that soup. It is a good thing we live and work in the castle with such a just ruler. It would have been a room clearer. Short. That is right. We do not have enough. If thou couldst bring me mutton from the slaughterhouse, I will pay thee 5 gold for every portion thou canst bring, all right? Sure. Good. I'll be awaiting thy return. Okay. How much would it cost, though? Would that cover the cost of it? Bye now. So we can just buy, like, a whole bunch of mutton. Oh, there's this gargoyle here, too. You see an impressive winged gargoyle with a stately demeanor. Name? To be known as Whistlam. This is one of the winged gargoyles. Job. To be advisor to Lord British and act as representative for my race here in Britain. To be honoured to be in long line of advisors to the king. Whistlam. To be the word for wise man. Okay. Advisor. To make sure that the gargoyle race is heard in the castle. To have been a long road to acceptance and integration into Britannian society. Yes, it was quite a kerfuffle involving the gargoyles in Ultima VI, I believe. Integration. To tell you that, not long after your last visit, the gargoyles settled upon Turfin, an island to the southeast, to have moved little by little onto the mainland. Society. To be accepted in most places. To feel sad, however, that there are still towns that do not accept us. But our lord and king, Draxenusum, is still alive and is doing a magnificent job. To know and help all gargoyles who are alive. Inamo. Whistlam listens to your story about the murders intrinsic. To be sad to hear this. To suggest you go visit Lord Draxenusum in Turfin and tell him about Inamo. He will know who Inamo's parent gargoyle is. To recommend you relay this news as soon as possible. To go soon and tell Draxenusum about Inamo? Yeah, sure. To know you are reliable. We'll get around to it at some point. It'll be soon. Relative to, I don't know. To bid farewell. Okay, can I actually take some of this bread? Are you going to complain if I pick some of this up? I don't think it will, but like, I don't think anyone... Hang on, let me put it in, like, Spark's backpack. Oh, okay. Did complain about me taking that, cake. So we'll leave it there. Also, I just realized we're perhaps being... I'm perhaps being a bit unintentionally morbid here. We've got Spark carrying a bucket of blood, and that bucket just happens to be filled with his father's blood. Oh dear. Oh yeah, I was going to do something with that, wasn't I? If we get this flour, put it onto the bench there, and then, hey Spark, could you give me that bucket for a moment? Oh, where'd my bucket go? Went somewhere. Oh well. I thought you could, like... oh, there it is. I thought you could bake with the bread. Bake with the bucket of blood. You could use it in place of, water. Apparently not. Oh well. Yeah. Yeah. Whatever. Do not overcook it. No, no, no. Yeah, and I think you can get different loaves by using a rolling pin on them or something. Okay. You won't complain about me taking that one, because that one's mine. Okay. Oh, hey. We haven't talked to you. You see your old friend in this store. Now a decrepit old man in mage's robes. He seems lost in thought, far away. Make a pizza. I would if I could. Pizza. Name. The mage looks confused a moment. My name is Nistel? Yes, that's it. Job. Well, I used to perform quite a bit of magic, he says, apologetically. At least, I think I used to do so. There is a man named Lord British. I think I work for him. Magic. Sometimes magic works, sometimes it doth not. He waves his hand and drops his wand. Oops, he cries as he bends to pick it up. Art thou sure this man is not really the jester? He's nowhere near as annoying as that. Anyway, as I was saying, what was I saying? Oh yes, magic. I could still sell thee some spells or reagents if thou wouldst like. Lord British. Lord who? Does that mean that old man who sometimes sits on the throne? Yes. Spells. Dost thou wish to buy some spells? Yeah, sure. In which circle thou wish to study? None. Because we don't have our book yet. Reagents. Dost thou wish to buy some reagents? Yes. What have you got? You have ginseng, blood moss, sulphurous ash, mandrake root, and black pearl. You actually do need reagents to cast spells in this game. Unlike in Ultima's Underworld, where you had a pool of magic and just the rune stones, which you had to use in the right order. In this one, you need reagents. That was something which you needed in Ultima 4, probably 5 and 6 as well. Okay, bye. Are we going somewhere? There's actually something else which I remember, which I noted from this. We could have status bars on here, and that actually helps a little with seeing who's injured. Let me see. I might put them over onto the left. There we go. That would just help me. Having some HUD up here, otherwise I have to go into people's inventories and, like, look at this, and that doesn't have their max hit points. So on this, I can see how much health I have by the red bar. It just makes it a bit easier. And there's our mana there in the blue bar. Our other party members don't have mana. Okay. Let's have a look in here. What's this thing say? Bill of Underwater. Yeah, okay, it's that again. What about you? This is a lovely, earthy-looking woman with a warm smile. Word has spread quickly of thine arrival, Avatar. Welcome. Name? I am Miranda. Job? I serve on the Great Council. Today we are working on a bill of law. When I am not here in the castle, I am kept busy with a young child. Great Council. The Great Council supports Lord British in his legislation of Britannia's laws. I am honoured to be one of the 3 women serving on the council. What bill? Inwis Locklem and I are drafting a bill which will make illegal any distribution of waste products in Loch Lake near Cove. The lake is quite defiled. Oh dear, got a rubbish problem. Child? Miranda smiles. Yes, my son's name is Max. He is probably in the royal nursery. He is quite obviously his father's son. Perhaps thou hast met him, Raymundo, the director of the Royal Theatre. We believe Max will be quite a performer when he's older. Okay. Women. I am particularly concerned about women's duties and privileges and their available opportunities in the land. Our history has been kind to women in general, but there is still room for improvement. Cove. Art thou travelling to Cove? Probably. That is good news. Perhaps thou couldst do us a great favour. We need this bill delivered to Lord Heather in Cove. He must read it, and give us his approval by signing it. I know thou hast far more important things to do than running errands, but it would be greatly appreciated. Wilt thou do it? Yeah, sure. Wonderful. Here is the bill. Please bring it back to me when it is signed, and we thank thee. I'll try to remember to do that. Improvement. More women could hold public office, for one thing, and I would personally like to be rid of those scantily clad women in heroic fantasy paintings. Like the one Lord British has in his in his side study, does he? Bye. We shall see thee again soon, I hope, Avatar. A winged gargoyle looks at you with interest and obvious intelligence. To welcome thee to Britain, Avatar. Name? To be called Inwisloklem. Job? To be indeed an interpreter in my homeland. To be now on the Great Council to serve our most noble ruler, Lord British, to be honoured as one of the 2 gargoyles on the council. Inwisloklem. To mean interpreter in your language. Very literally named gargoyles. To be one of the surviving gargoyles and to preserve our heritage is my life work. To teach you our race emigrated to Britannia many, many years ago to have settled on the island known as Turfin. Yes, Ultima VI kind of ended up with the gargoyles' homeland in the abyss collapsing. Due to, in no small amount, to the Avatar's own actions. So, very unfortunate situation there. At least I think it was because of our actions. The Avatar's actions, since we haven't actually gone there and done that one yet. Surviving. To be so many of my people killed 200 years ago in the War of the False Prophet should be the war that you ended by bringing peace between our races. Turfin, to be a lonely place, to be desolate, to be not what humans call homey, to desire to establish a new way of life for gargoyles in Britannia, and to eliminate the hatred and misunderstanding of our race and humans, to know that ignorance breeds bigotry. To be one of those who are correcting this. Okay? Way of life. To desire a world where humans and gargoyles can live together in peace as equals in Britannian society. About those. To be called the Fellowship. Fellowship. To be dedicated to promoting goodwill and trust in the land. To be thinking of joining the group soon. To say farewell. Okay. Where's this storeroom? Did we come across it? Hang on, was there stairs down or something? No! Oh. No, hang on, I think I know where it is. I just need to find... Okay. Oh. 8 o'clock. Here we go. We can go up onto the ramparts. And over somewhere around here. Oh, no, here's the prison. Let me just save. Okay. Hello. You see a tough-looking palace guard who takes his job very seriously. Name? I am a guard. Okay, bye. Well, this person in here. You see a thoroughly disheartened young man who is miserably languishing behind bars. Name? I am Weston. Job? I have none so long as I am left to rot here in this prison. We were told about Weston. He was imprisoned for apparently stealing fruit from the orchard. Thy job is to pay for the crime thou hast committed. Prison. My crime was stealing apples from the royal orchards. This I did, and I admit it freely. If given the same set of circumstances, I would do it again. Aha! Not only an unrepentant criminal, but also a potential professional thief. Looks like this one has ended in the right place, and just in the nick of time. Yeah, I'm sure stealing apples is a major problem. I had offered to buy them first, but Fig, the caretaker of the orchard, set an exorbitant price, which I am certain he would have pocketed for himself. So yes, I admit to stealing them. So see how the common criminal blames his type of immoral behaviour on others, all the while denying it himself. This one is irredeemable, he is. Circumstances. I am not from Britain, milady. I am from Paws, and it is another reason why they believe I can be trifled with. This prisoner is from Paws. I bloody knew it. To his credit, he was in town nearby nearly an entire day before he stole something. For a citizen of Paws, that is as honest as they come. You're just a lovely person, aren't you, guard? Fig. He gives baskets of fruit free to the fellowship without Lord Bridgerton's consent, I am quite certain. Thou shouldst not listen to this obvious slander, milady. It is hearsay. Admit. Mine only regrets are that I did not try to steal something bigger, and that I did not get away with it. Yeah. Pause. Pause is a town where thou mayst feel the icy grip of poverty about thine heart. Oh, bloody hell, now I suppose he's going to go and tell us his whole pathetic life story. Couldst thou wait until I get out mine handkerchief so I do not interrupt thee with all my wailing? Town. Not so long ago, Paws was a thriving rustic coastal village, but as Britain grew larger, most of our local businesses moved there. We became a farming town, and a 7-year drought gave us a lashing that we have yet to recover from. Poverty. I do not wish to bemoan my fate, but my family lives in Paws. My wife, Alina, and my child, Cassie. They were starving, and I came to Britain to get food for them. Oh, now, do not go and bring up poverty as an excuse as to why thou hast turned to crime. My father was so poor, he and his family had to eat dirt, but he still raised me proper. Beat the stuffings out of me if I ever so much as imagined I did anything wrong, if I can tell thee that. Right. Family, I do not want any mercy for myself. I have admitted my guilt, but my life does not only belong to myself, it belongs to my wife and family as well. Without me, they will suffer unbearable hardships, such as they might not survive. Starving. Although there are fools who speak otherwise, the people of Britannia are being crushed by the vicious tyranny of the class system. While a few have more than they could ever enjoy, there are many who go to sleep hungry every night. My wife and daughter, to name 2 of them. Oh, that reminds me, it's nearly time for my meal break. The trout is supposed to be delicious today at the farmer's market. Fools. Fools like our good friend Nakar would have us believe that nothing has changed in Britannia for over 200 years, that we can live our lives as if all of our problems do not exist. I say to thee that it is people like that who cause our problems in the first place. Class system. While I'm certain Lord British is a just and fair ruler, he might be quite unaware of all that goes on in his kingdom. Surely he would not tolerate such inequity. All right, that is enough noise out of thee. All day long yaketa about this awful terrible class system. Why, the next thing thou knowest, thou shalt be saying society is to blame for all of thy crimes. Not a word for anybody about any appreciation for keeping the law and order. No, of course not. But No, but all the pity in the world for the dangerous lawbreakers who are the real threat to society. Wouldst thou speak with Lord British about me? I would bet that he is completely unaware of my case. Please, wilt thou speak with him? Sure. Oh, I thank thee, Avatar. My fate and the fates of my wife and daughter are in thine hands. Bye. I thank thee for visiting me. Okay. I think we go up here. Here's a room. It's locked. There's some stuff in there too. Where's that key which I had? There it is. Okay. I think this is some of the stuff which Lord British said we could take. Let's see. I believe this is a spellbook. It's too heavy. Right, my bolt of... Hold on a moment. Spark, you can carry all this food. And this bottle. Okay. When do we eat? Enough complaining out of you. Okay. I'll soon be plump. What's this here? Orb of the Moons. Oh, there's the Orb of the Moons. What's this other glowy rock which I have? Oh! That's the stone which shows us the Isle of Fire. Okay. So here's a spell book. It has a few spells in it. These spells here are like the cantrip spells. They don't require any reagents to cast. You have Awaken, which can wake someone up. Weather, which I think makes it rain. Douse puts out a fire. Fireworks makes sparks. Glimmer, I think it might light up the area slightly. Help, this will teleport you to Lord British. But it says in the manual that it will only work once. I'm not too sure whether you could use it multiple times. Ignite, I think that just lights a fire. And thunder, it makes a thunderclap. Skull. Just like that. Okay. There is a shield here, but I don't think we need it. Because we're using a two-handed sword. We've got two-handed swords. Is that the same as this one? Two-handed sword. Two-handed sword. Do they look the same? Yeah, they do. Okay, well, we'll just keep one. And I guess we'll take a shield as well. Maybe. What's in here? Oh, hey! There's a bag of reagents. What have we got? 10 blood moss. 10 sulphurous ash. 10 black pearls. Spider silk. Ginseng. Garlics. Mandrake roots. And black mushrooms. Or nightshades. Okay. Let's drop that shield. We don't need that. We need this bag of reagents. There we go. We can actually put it on our belt there. So we can open it up easily. What's in here? There is some gold. 25 gold coins. Shamano, you're our money keeper. You can take that. You can also take the bag as well. What's in this crate? I forgot that you could actually check inside crates. There's some magic boots in this crate. Ooh. I'll be taking those. Hey, Spark. You get my swamp boots. We can have those magic boots. Everyone's complaining that they're hungry. I'm a bit hungry. Once we're finished, What's in here? Hey, there's some food. Okay. You? Ah, very tasty. You? Ah, very tasty. And a whole chicken. No thank thee. Ah, very tasty. Okay. Oh, there's only one crate there. Okay, I thought there might have been two stacked. There is a sack of flour. We can also use this, keg, which fills this bucket up with, ah, how refreshing. I think it fills it up with ale. We just drank an entire bucket of ale. And you can... Oh, look, there's also a, bedroll. So we'll take that. I need to distribute my items a bit more. Hold on. Put that in there. You can put the fish and chips in there. This Exodus cube weighs quite a bit. Or the Vortex cube. Wait, fit? Come on, put it in the backpack. What do you mean it won't fit? Oh, you got two pairs of boots in there. Where did we get those from? Oh, those were the ones we were wearing before. There we go. I just can't fit it in the backpack. It's just too big. I don't know how big the cube's supposed to be. Okay, can I put this, like, book on my character's model anywhere? Like on my hip? No? Okay. We've got a pocket watch. Got our... No. No thank you. Okay. There we go. That's a bit more organized. You can also just use this. Turn it off! That was wasting it! It's about time. Normally there would be like a puddle of ale on the ground there when you do that, but... There we go. Can I drink this again? Ah, how refreshing. Right. Go around here. Can't do anything with a window. Over here, there is another storeroom. With stuff in it. There's a wall here. That's not actually a button. We'll have to find a, another way to open this up. And I believe I know where it is. So... Let's go. Does Exalt glitch out the liquid forming on the ground? I don't actually know. That's the first barrel which I've turned on. I'll have to test in another area. I kind of thought it might just be happening because we're upstairs, but I have to go to an inn and see whether it works elsewhere. Because they're supposed to be complaining, as I said, because you know you'll be spilling all the ale on the ground. Oh. I think it looks like rain. I have to find a lever around here somewhere. Oh no, I can just go this way. Okay, in here. Click, click. There we go. Excuse me, coming through. Okay, what's this? There's some bottles there. There's some cups there. I think... let's see, if we move this... Ah, there we go. There is a lever behind there. We pull that lever. And we go back upstairs, collecting Sentry along the way. Because he was a bit confused by the, by a wall. pillaging, are we? I have permission to take these things. Lord British should be more careful with his words. If he doesn't want me taking everything. Okay. Who should I give this gear to? Sentry's more of a knight than Shamano, so we'll give it to Sentry. Also, Shamano's already got a hat, but he can have a hat over his hat. Okay. You could have this. You could have that. You can have... You've already got a pair of gloves. Who doesn't have gloves? Shamano doesn't have gloves. So you can wear these gauntlets. There's a gorget, which is a neck guard. And you can have a helmet. I said you could have a helmet. Thank you. And there's also a shield here. Curved heater. Which... Don't actually know whether it's, Come on. There we go. Whether that's better than the other shield or not. Kinda looks exactly the same. Who doesn't have a shield? Spark. You could do as a shield. Can you? Hold on. Okay. I guess you can't wield it when you've got a sling, and you're not going into combat, so we'll just drop that there. I don't know whether that's like a magic shield or not. I might take it, just in case it's a magic shield. I think magic shields would glow, but... Hat. Yes. A double hat. There's also this up here. A musket. Which we can take as well. Can I put this on my back, please? Please? No? Okay. Well, we can take the musket. And it's got a bag of shot there as well. So we can put that into our backpack. Weighs a fair bit though, 55. But yeah, you can get a gun. There's actually another gun, I think, in the museum. But ammunition is very limited for them. I don't think you could get more, but it's very powerful, as you'd expect. Will I take it with me? I kind of want to use my sword. I think we'll leave it here for the moment. If I come across something which needs it, we'll come back and get it or something. Let me drop that bucket there. Where'd the shot go? Oh, it's on my belt. Okay. There we go. We'll just leave that there. Take my sword back. There we go. Okay. I think we've taken everything which we can around here. Lord British is going for a walk. There's also, again... Okay, well, Shamano's dead, and we're kind of injured. I didn't mean to blow up the, I didn't mean to blow up the powder keg, but, oh well. Come on, YOLO. Good thing we're right here. I can show this off. Oh, hey. Heal. Yes. Resurrect. Indeed, this person is badly wounded. Of course, it will cost thee nothing. Thank you. Breath doth return to the body. Thy comrade is alive. Done. Thank you. Bye. Whoop. Here's my friend. Oh, you're still part of my... Okay, everything's fine. He's alright. He just had a bit of an accident. That's the power of a powder keg, though. Oh, now they're out of order. Oh well. I'll get over it. Yes. Heal. Shabado. Bye. Okay, there we go. Let's leave. There's no item durability in this as far as I remember, so you don't need to, like, repair your equipment or anything like that. Hey. After that mishap. Let's save. We might just go and explore the countryside and go through some dungeons now. You always thought it was pretty annoying that there was no indicators as to which equipment does what as far as stats. You think there's a book that shows the attacker basic weapon types, and it's very uncommon. Yes, I actually have that in my inventory. In one of my inventories? Yeah, here. This gives a very broad overview of, like, how much damage they do. Don't remember if there's a book that explains stats of armors. This might explain some of the armor as well, but I don't think it explains everything. But yeah, so, like, two-handed axe is 10, blowgun is 1. Is there blowguns? I don't remember them. Bow is 8, cannon is 90, clubs 2, crossbows 10, dagger 1, halberd 10, hammer two-handed 9, powder keg 16, as we just saw. Mishap, yes. That's what we'll call it. Jesus, Avatar, what have you done? My leg blown off. Just imagine Yolo's lying there going, I liked it better when you weren't here. We've only been here like a day or two. We've already inadvertently got one of our party members killed by our own actions. Triple crossbow 28. That's one of the things which are in the which is in the what's it called, the ranged store down there. Buckler, chain armor, curved heater, gauntlets, gorget, blah blah blah. And it shows some of the magic items here, like glass sword, magic sword, but it doesn't show magic armor. Oh no, it does. Never mind then. So there are other weapons as well. It lists a fire sword here. I'm pretty sure there's also a thing called lightning whip, which you can get, which is quite good. But yeah, just picked up and carried the book with me because I think it would be useful. Anyway, thank you, music. Oh hey, what's going on here? Oh, they've gone for a outing. You see a flamboyant looking gentleman. He's very cheerful and outgoing, greeting you with a smile and a wave. Name. From out the dawn, when sun doth rise, until next morn, when moon must go, I answer to thy beck and cries, thy humble servant, Kikoskia. It doesn't really rhyme, but okay. The puppet's curtain I unfurl, and from mine hands the story's told. For pleasure of a boy or girl, to see doth cost 1 coin of gold. To take good measure of thy power, forged in fire of virtue's heart, to ring the bell this very hour, to test thy strength till thy muscles smart. Or dost thou wish to be a king? Yonder sticks a sword in stone. If thou canst only pull it out, thou wilt be the next upon the throne. Okay. See foolish pride and love, brutality and sin, Kikoskia's tiny world of moving dolls. Enough to make thee gasp or cry or grin. Though who wish to see, 'tis time to hear my calls, for now the puppet show is about to begin. Hello. How's it going? Okay, you're not going to say anything different. You're just taking the kids on an outing. Oh, we didn't talk to Lord British about Weston or whatever his name is in the prison. Let's go do that again. I got terribly distracted, as one would. Okay. Hey, British. Get back here. Weston. Lord British listens to your story about Weston. He looks concerned. I do not recall this case. Let me check. He quickly scans a large scroll. Imprisoned for the theft of 1 apple from the royal orchard. Ludicrous. Someone must have usurped mine authority. Thou mayest consider this man pardoned. An investigation will commence immediately into the circumstances surrounding his arrest. And into this fellow, Fig, my thanks to thee, Avatar. Hey. So he's a free man now. Because, you know, what, how many years did he get? Being stuck in prison for stealing one apple? He is no longer here. He skedaddled right quick out of this place. We didn't even see him leave. Can't even give him the good news. Okay. I don't have the music on loop. We just keep hitting those points on the map where it's going to start playing again. Let's just leave. Enter the countryside, away from the fanfares. Into the mountains. No, I think there's a path down here which we can go through. Oh yeah, someone wanted us to deliver pumpkins. We say yes. We'll do it, eventually. Ow. Oh hey, people. To battle! Wow, I took a bit of a nasty hit there. So this is combat. Protect me! I've been gravely injured. Okay, I think these guys are guards. Or paladins or something? Oh, right. So we killed some bandits. We'll take their gold. They also have a chain coif. You can wear that. You can also wear these chain leggings. There we go. He also has a crossbow. We'll take those bolts. Just so that we have a few more. Let's dump this cloth. We don't need that. There we go. What about this? Okay, take that. What's this? A boomerang. Okay. Let's give you this armor. It's still warm. There we go. Shield, sword. Yeah, we'll just leave that there. There we go. Can I heal myself? Let's see. Let me just save. I think I have the heal spell. Okay. Cure, light, fire blast, heal. Here we go. What does the heal spell use? Might actually just check that. Let me see. I'll just bring up the manual for the game. Okay, we just bring it up. Let's see. Spells are down here. I think it was a third circle spell. Here we go. Money, heal, reagents, ginseng, garlic, spider silk. This spell heals half the injuries that the subject has sustained. Okay, does that mean it heals 50% of my health? Oh well. Okay then. Money! There we go. Let's save. So yeah, combat. There's not really much you do in combat. At least if you're not casting spells. Your party members just swarm the enemy and you just hope for the best. Because they all have their own ideas of what they want to do, so it's a bit of a kerfuffle, but oh well. Oh hey, it's a headless. Wonk. I think it's dead. No, it's not, is it? Is it dead? Apparently not. We're still in combat against something. Oh, hey, there we go. It's up again. There we go. Now it's dead. This game can get quite violent in its, in the bodies left after. Like, we've hacked the leg off that thing. At a club. I think they can drop, golden nuggets. Headless. That one didn't have one, though. What's this say? 2. I think this says Skara Bray, which would be over that way. If we check our map. Let's see. We are, like, here, I think. So Skara Bray is this brown island here. Yes, I thought so. That's an odd-looking tree. It's actually a Reaper. Can we deal with a Reaper? You might remember them from Ultima Underworld, those angry trees, which we fought quite late in the game. There we go. Wow. Didn't drop anything. It's carved like huge bloody chunks out of it. Keeping the forest safe by cutting down the forest. Okay, I don't think we'll go to Skara Bray yet. I think that's something you should do later on. I like the sound of the waves. Is there anything in the forest? No, it's a cloud. I did actually also remind myself where something hidden around Trinsic is. And there is a chest there, which I remember, but it was sort of... I sort of wandered around. Oh, hey, it's back. Seeing if I could find it last time, but no luck. Damn thee! So I have a bit of a better idea of where it is now. Heal myself a little. Oh, hello. Another bandit. Defend me! I shall have thine head. Oh, hey, you actually got to see his face there. Sparks just coldly giving the coup de grace to the guy unconscious on the ground. We're raising that kid, right? Here, kid, how do you want to have some proper clothes? Proper equipment. You can have a chain coif. And chainmail. There's also a helmet there. I might actually equip a helmet on the other guys. I think it deals more damage. And I like the look of helmets. Okay, is there still combat going on? Oh. Wait, did I have something in your inventory? Oh. Okay. No one's hungry. Good. Oh, did that Reaper drop anything? No. Okay, good. Let's save. I don't really know where I'm going. Just sort of exploring for the sake of it. There's creatures to fight. We're getting experience for level ups. There we go. Another Reaper. It didn't even attack us. We just cut it down. Oh. Hello, welcome, Philfink. Did I say welcome before? Kill the elf things. Are there elves? Oh no, there's wolves. There we go. Nothing there, nothing there. And do what it did. Staring at us menacingly from the forest. Hey, there's a fox. Can't talk to it. And there's a bird. Which is apparently too heavy. More wolves. Protect me. Thy blood will soil the land. There we go. You're not dropping anything, are you? No? Okay. Okay, let's keep going north. Let me see. Where are we? Guess we're maybe around here? Or maybe we're up. I think we've got a bit further than that. We might be up here. There's no roads on the map, which is odd. Or at least in that area where we are. That is a lot of foxes. Oh, I'm doing pretty well, thank you. I hope you're doing well. Thought they were squirrels. I think they're foxes. They're quite red for foxes, but I don't think I've ever really seen some. I think we've had a fox around here a bit ago. It looked like a large dog run, or a smallish dog running across the road. Yeah, well, whatever. Oh, more foxes. No, more wolves. Not foxes. This. Yay. Have we gone up a level or anything? Hey, we have. We're actually at level 4 now. What about other people? Level 3. Level 3. Level 3. And level 4. Okay. Need to get some training done. I have to check up the list of trainers to see which one would be good worth time. Nope. Bye. I'm not going to deal with you. No, people, we are not going to attack the dragon-looking thing. Which might very well be a dragon. Oh boy, it's following us. Flee! Sentry, get over here. Get your butt here. That wolf is doggedly following us. Oh, frick. Oh no. Shabano's dead. This might end up terribly. I wasn't expecting a dragon in this forest. Oh, I'm dead. Wow, did we just kill the dragon? Apparently so. However, I am incapacitated. Will I get better? Oh, hey, I'm actually conscious now. Dagron! I thought they lived in caves. I guess it's a green dragon, so it lives in the forest. Ugh. Slightly annoyed. Oh no. Oh. Hope things turn out alright. Let's see. Can you carry your body? Too heavy. Am I supposed to just, like, haul this back with me or something? How do I get Shamanoid back to Lord British? Let's see. If I take all your stuff off. Oh, that's what the thing on the hip is. It's a quiver. Okay, and that is actually Sentry. That's me. We all look the same when I've got my hat on. Thinking how I'm going about doing this. How much is a backpack? It weighs 9. Don't need the dagger. Won't fit. Well, I guess I can't put a backpack in a backpack, so that's the problem there. But everyone's got a backpack, so I don't want to just leave it there, unless I have to come back for it later. Guess I could just reload. Maybe you can pick them up now. Eggs display. No, I don't. What? No, I don't. I don't want to display eggs. Why is that key right there? Shamano is too heavy. I might just have to come back for this stuff. I'm pretty sure it will lay around on the ground. There we go. You can just carry him like that. Let's see. Dead. I'll just make a save in case the items disappear. Let's have a look at the dragon. It didn't even have the good... It didn't even have anything good on its body. Pack my backpack into a pack for a backpack. Yeah, I would have thought if it had nothing in it, you could stuff it inside of another one, but no well. Okay. Let's go back to Lord British. And then, resurrect Shamano. What happened now? Is this another powder keg incident? No, it's a, dragon-related incident. Oh, I see. He's looking a little scorched. Yes. Those things are staying around. Let me just have a look. Oh, where did I put my spell book? There we go. And my bedroll, since I don't need two. There we go. Heal me up a bit. In case, because there was those guards near Britain, which probably respawned since we went off screen. Or not. That's fine. The item's still around, but their bodies disappeared. Like a certain avatar, you're paying for your food. Well, good to hear that you're doing a better job than I. More British. Got another dead person. And it's not my fault this time. Where are you? There you are. Hey. Hey, Kingy. Fix. And heal us all. I wish I could just say heal all. This is kind of similar to the whole Forge of Virtue undermining, I guess, like the whole exploration and building your characters, because there we go. Yeah, you're back. Yes? Bye. Because you're able to pay for healing in other towns, but there's not really a reason to do so, because you can just go to Lord British and get it for free. He can even resurrect for free. So, I don't know. The game likes having these things because they make sense and they're fun, rather than sort of, I guess, focusing a lot on like gameplay balance and all that, which I kind of like. It's what I enjoy in Morrowind, because you can find really powerful items early on if you know where to look. And it annoyed me in Oblivion and Skyrim that they used leveled items a lot, so you didn't get too powerful early on. Kind of made exploring feel a bit to me, but maybe this one goes a bit too far? I don't know. Oh hey, it's a headless. Shabano, beat it with... You could maybe stay out of combat, Shabano, because you don't have a weapon. There we go. Hey, there we go. See? Headless. They can drop gold nuggets. Those are valuable. We can go to the mint and get them turned into coins. If Shabano ends up dying again... That guy's using a boomerang on me. Stop that. Now we're going to end up beating up the Reaper as well, aren't we? Yep, there we go. Oh, come on. We just went off screen. To the death. Oh, I think... Oh, I took Shabano's, crossbow off. Okay. Get back here. Okay. Shabano, you have the right to wear clothes again. There we go. Okay. I don't know why movement north is really slow sometimes. There we go. I could zoom the camera out more. I think it might mess with a few things though, because some of the areas you're not supposed to see beyond certain thresholds. I think Exalt fixes problems that could arise from that in coding and like certain triggers being played, but well, I think I'll keep it at this level of zoom. I just realized that if we go up there again where the dragon was, the probably dragon's going to have respawned. Watch for bridge trolls. Oh. To arms! There's a bridge troll. No, let's leave. Okay. Maybe we walk slower because there's enemies nearby. Maybe? Ow! Protect me! Yow! There we go. Did he have? He had a sling, some armor, and a helmet. Okay. Shamano, do you remember where your gear was? I'm gonna save. Just in case we come across that dragon again. I don't want to run all the way back to Lord British. To get healing again. I heard something. I don't remember the way I went. I was following the road, and then I sort of cut through the forest. Should have taken a sextant from somewhere. I would have been able to get my coordinates. Oh. Curse thine offspring. It's just a wolf. Calm down. Okay, there's the dragon. We found it again. Charge! I am dead. Oh, hey. Thank goodness thou art with us again. We were all very worried over thy condition. Thou hast been unconscious for so long that we thought thou hadst lost thy life. It was Elizabeth and Abraham who found thee and delivered thee to us. They brought thee here along their way to Britain. I am glad to see thee still alive, my good friend. I was sorely grieved by thine apparent demise. In the midst of our battle, I did lose track of thee. It is good to find thee safe. Yet what did you end up doing with the dragon? If thou art feeling up to it, let us then continue our quest. The recovery is a miracle. 'Twould have been a severe blow for this world to lose its avatar. When at last thou wert found, thy body was being taken to this place in a wagon, driven by 2 hooded fellow ship members. Thou hast suffered through a terrible ordeal and travelled far. Perhaps thou shouldst rest. Nope, we're fine. Okay. So I guess that's what happens when you die. You can't, like, die permanently, I don't think. You just get respawned there. I think that was in pause. And we get delivered by 2 people, which we've heard about before. Let's see, I get a feeling that from there, equipment would have been down here, wouldn't there? It's probably, oh god. Nope. To get your mum's car out of the garage and got stuck in the snow 3 times on the way out to the street. Oh, jeez. Good work out that, I can imagine. I wouldn't know where to begin with dealing with snow like that. I guess like putting planks under the tires so that it doesn't sink into the snow or something, or so it can get traction. I don't know. Or maybe just shoveling. Hey, here's your stuff. Okay, take your sword. Who has... Who has your armor? Oh boy. Where'd that go? We did have it like leather armor for you, didn't we? Don't get your pants on. Okay. Maybe some stuff did disappear. Maybe I dropped it. Whatever. Let's heal. That didn't sound right. I think the spell failed. Oh, pardon me for the sniffing. I've had a bit of hay fever in the last few days. Shoveling using the floor mats as grip enhancers under the tires. Okay. Right, so we've got some of his gear back. I don't think he had anything of value, so we'll just save. And we'll see if we can find another bandit to re-equip him with. Shabado. Good. Shabado, thank you. Stop daydreaming, Shabado. Here we go. Hey, look, there's a bunch of stuff here. Cover me. Ouch. Cover me. Oof. Aye. There we go. Hey, get back over here. You just decided to, like, go for that Reaper down there as well. Okay. Chain leggings. Chain vest. Hey, look, there's another halberd. I will give that to you. And you can have a hat. There we go. And there's some gold. YOLO. Carry that. And the other one. There we go. How much gold have we got? 496 gold. Very profitable. Oh, hey, have we all got pants? We do. YOLO is missing shoes. I think I've got swamp boots for you. Yeah, here we go. There we go. Okay. Save. There we go. Oh. Another headless. Or rather, probably like the same headless, which we've killed 2 times before now. No gold nuggets this time. Let's go up here. I think you could probably, like, carry the stuff and maybe sell it back in town, but there's easier ways to make money. And I don't mean stealing it. Let's go to the mint. Because we've got 2 gold nuggets. Actually, let me check something. Does gold weigh anything in this game? Yes, it apparently does. Okay. Not much. But each stack is like 1. Okay. I think the mint is up here. And we'll go pester Lord British to get healed again. That's not it. Is it up here? No. This is someone's house. Wait, what's that scroll on the floor say? One of the beast. The harpsichord. Okay. To something. I think it was down here. Is this it? Yeah, here we go. No, not your desk. You see a helpful and efficient looking woman. Aim? My name is Cynthia. Job? I'm the teller at the mint. I am also a member of the Britannian Tax Council. James? James is my husband, and I'm very worried about him. I know he is feeling very unhappy lately, and he dislikes his job. If thou dost speak to him, please tell him that even though we have not been speaking very much lately, that I am still thinking of him, and that I still care about him. Okay, we actually talked to her wife. I think he was in... Pause? Or where? I remember talking to her husband because he was worried that because his wife worked at the mint, that she would leave him for someone who had more money. I don't remember what job her husband had. Mint. Here at the Mint, we store gold, oversee production of coins, and keep an accurate count of how much money the kingdom has available for such things as farming, building the roads, developing sources of fresh water, seeing to the health of the citizenry, maintaining the estates of nobles, raising the guard militia, and carrying out the decrees of Lord British. Britannian Tax Council. The Britannian Tax Council is in charge of the accounting, assessment, and collection of the taxes. If thou wilt be earning any money here in Britannia, thou wilt need to take this paper. Fill it out and return it here at the end of the year when thou dost come back to pay thy taxes. No, I don't really have a job. So, money. In order to keep the standard of money constant, we also operate as an exchange for those who possess quantities of gold. We supply the equivalent value of their gold in spendable coin of the realm and then transfer the gold we receive into more money. So, as thou canst see, it is a very efficient system. I guess. Wouldn't that cause problems with inflation? Oh well. Farms. As I am certain thou dost know, the 7-year drought, which thankfully ended several years ago, has left much of the farming in the kingdom in disarray. That is why the cost of food is so expensive. But without the support of the royal treasury, the price would be even higher. Roads. The increased use of wagons has caused many of the roads throughout Britannia to rapidly deteriorate. Yeah, most of them seem to be dirt. Oh dear. Pardon me. It costs a lot of money to build new roads and keep them all repaired. Occupation, avatar, annual salary, officially none. Yeah. I think I can get all my everything I earn, including money, as what's it called? Put it under job expenses or something like that. It costs a lot of money to build new roads and keep them all repaired. Did I say that? Water. It is of the utmost importance to the kingdom to ensure its populace a clean water supply, and that requires a regular supply of new and fresh wells. Right. Okay. Yeah. I guess you just dig new wells when you need more water. Health. As Britannia's population has greatly increased in the last 200 years, so has the risk of infectious diseases, such as the mysterious sting deterioration that afflicts those who partake in the venom of the silver serpent. Yeah, I guess. That's not really infectious, though. I'm pretty sure that can't spread to other people. That's just like, what's it called? Or substance abuse. Side effects. The number of healers that the kingdom needs has risen dramatically. Estates. The local lords and mayors all have residences that are maintained through the auspices of the kingdom. Guards. The military training is conducted at Serpent's Hold. That's on an island in the southeast, I think, where the guards that protect all of the towns and cities of Britannia are instructed. It is funded by the royal treasury. This is, again... we saw a flag for Serpent's Hold in Ultima Underworld. It has the Silver Serpent as the what do you call it? Heraldric animal. Exchange. Dost thou have some gold that thou wouldst like to exchange? Yes. We can exchange thy gold nuggets and bars in dispensable coin for thee. I will give thee 10 gold coins for each gold nugget and 100 gold coins for each gold bar. And here are 20 gold coins for thee in return, milady. I thank thee for thy business. System. It not only applies to gold, but it also applies to all minerals. We oversee the sale and rate of exchange for precious ores extracted by the Britannian Mining Company. But we do not handle the sale of gems. There is a jeweler in town who handles that. Okay then. Bye. Good day. There we go. We got 20 gold for our nuggets. I'm pretty sure there's some places where you can find huge amounts of nuggets and gold bars and get it exchanged for huge amounts of gold. Hello, did we talk to you? Hold on. Oh dear. You see a filthy beggar who flashes you a grin as though you were his best friend in the whole world. Name? I am called Snaz. Job? I have no job, for I am a beggar. For a gold coin, I shall tell thee a joke. Yeah, okay. Tell a joke. Just wish to hear one? Yes. Alright, here's one. Fellowship joke? I was discussing philosophy with a fellowship member the other day, and he asked me, what in thy opinion is the height of stupidity? So I said, I do not know. How tall art thou? No, really, I make sport of the fellowship, but I mean it sincerely. When I was just a little boy, I was made an orphan and left homeless and penniless. That was the joke life played on me. 'Tis a funny joke, eh? But I would not charge thee a gold piece for that one. Lord British. For gold coin, I will tell thee another. Dost thou wish to hear it? Yeah, sure. I was at the castle of Lord British the other day, and I noticed he had 3 large pools. So I asked him why he doth have 3 of them. He pointed to the first one and said, the first was to swim in cool water. The second was for friends to swim in warm water. I noticed that the third pool was empty, and I asked him why. He said that it was for people who could not swim. Okay. What do you think of the Fellowship? That is what I ideally love about the Fellowship. They could always take a joke. And from what I hear, they play funny jokes themselves, like the joke they played Intrinsic. You mean the murder? I don't know if the Fellowship was has been tied to that yet. Lord British. Poor Lord British. When faced with a gigantic menace that threatens his entire kingdom, he is an extremely capable ruler. But what happens when there are a myriad of smaller things that all threaten the welfare of his people indirectly? There is a riddle for thee to solve. Yeah, I end up solving it. Western joke. For a gold coin, I'll tell thee another. Yeah, sure. A man named Weston came to me in deep perplexity. He told me he wanted to steal some apples from the royal orchards, but he did not. But if he did, he would feel bad about it in the morning. Oh, this is the guy who was in jail. So I gave him this advice: sleep until noon. Weston now sits in the castle prison. No, he doesn't. Where he shall most certainly rot for the rest of his life. Try as I might, I cannot best that little jest. Well, we've managed to solve that jest. What about a mage joke? Yeah, sure. Whilst travelling on the road, I came across a mage. He looked as if he had not eaten for days and complained of a terrible pain in his stomach. So I told him his stomach was empty. If he put something in it, he would feel better. Later, he complained to me of a headache. I said his headache was caused by a similar problem as his stomach. No doubt it did hurt him so, because being a mage, there was nothing left in it. All of the mages have got daft or mad. What other proper response is there in the world that is so terrifyingly funny? Sullivan joke. Thou art a brave avatar. Dost thou want to hear another? Sure. Didst thou notice that the notorious Sullivan the trickster recently became a father? It's true. They say the baby has his father's eyes and his mother's nose, but they made the baby give them back. Yes, I know the man that called Sullivan the trickster. In fact, thou dost remind me of him. Or does he remind me of thee? He is so tricky that he just talked about him has caused me to trick myself. Hee hee ha. Gold joke. I have amused thee so far. Wouldst thou like to hear another? For it is a joke about gold. Sure. Thank thee very much. Now goodbye. Dost thou get it? Ha 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 ha. If not, it would be my pleasure to repeat it. So I'd like to hear the gold joke again. No thank you. I see thou art becoming wise in the ways of show business, my lady. Good day to thee. Yeah, whatever. He told us a bunch of, I guess, some interesting information. At least his opinion on things, which is useful. Oh. Oh, British. You're not here. Where are you? Is he in bed? Nope. Over here? Oh, there he is. Hey. Heal. Yes. Heal. Me. Thank you. Heal. Yes. Heal. You can heal Shamano. Thank you. And also we'll just heal up Yolo as well. There we go. Bye. Okay. Nope, not talking to you again. Right. Let's save. And now what? Again, I kind of just want to keep exploring around the place. I think we only got up to about there. Let's go to another of the towns. Let's go over here. I think this is... I don't remember the name. That's where we have to go to deliver this notice. To have it signed, so... It's the town where apparently it's having a real problem with rubbish. Did we lose Sentry? Yeah, there he is. Come on. Okay. Oh, hey, it's a swamp. Let's go around this. Oh yeah, I think I just remembered something else which we could find when we go to this place. Oh hey. To arms! Under attack! There we go. We killed a crocodile? Alligator? One of the two. Go across the bridge. So we just went across there. That's the town there. Yes, here we go. Oh dear. That is quite a problem with rubbish. It's like a dead rat there or something. What is that? It's some kind of like rubbish cube. Okay, let's go over here. Does this sign say? Something. That food smells good. Uh-oh. You startled a fighter who seems lost in thought. Name? I'm Raybert. Job? I'm a trainer. I specialize in the style of combat that relies on concentration and meditation. It shall boost thy dexterity and intelligence, as well as thy combat skill. Oh, he actually tells you what stats he will raise. Okay. Meditation. Most of all combat occurs in the mind before the first blow is ever struck. The key to victory is to first win the inner battle in the mind. Winning that inner battle is what I help my students to learn. Okay, bye. But you, this flamboyant bard exudes a festive aura. I have sung about thee in many a song, and here thou art in the flesh. I recognize thee immediately. The man bows. Welcome, Avatar. Name? I am Demaria, the bard. Job? I spin tales and sing songs. I also know a good deal about the folks in Cove. Oh, okay. That's the town, and we are in Cove. Tale. What if I combine all three? Shall I sing a song which is a tale about the people of Cove? Yeah, sure. Very well then. I shall tell thee the story of the one only unhappy person in Cove. Nastasia. She is the only person in town without a lover. Not that she does not have her suitors. She is quite beautiful. All she thinks about is the Shrine of Compassion, which is where thou wouldst probably find her at this moment. Demarius strums his lute and sings. There once was a maiden, Ariana, who held the shrine so dear, she asked that her offspring do likewise, and keep it so year after year. Her son Mikhail became mayor, with a goal to keep in fashion the town's old, beloved reputation as a city of love and passion. Mikhail's oldest child was Magda. She built Lover's Walk, a fine park, where Cove's lovers, both young and old, could court outdoors in the dark. But the clouds of misfortune do hide, where the sun's brightness seemeth most far, and poor Nadia, Magda's daughter, of misfortune had more than her share. It began when Nadia did wed one day to Julius, a not so wealthy young lad. He left her with child and went far away, and for Nadia's poor heart 'twas sad. As for Nadia's heart 'twas sad. One day from you the faithful news came that Julius by a beast was killed. The child came early, 'twas a difficult birth, and Nadia's soul became chilled. With dagger in hand and child in arm, to the shrine did Nadia run. She plunged the dagger into her own breast. Never again would she see the sun. Nastasia grew up an orphan, you see, unloved and unwanted by all. Today she walks cloaked in solitude, awaiting her destiny's call. And that is poor Nastasia's tale. Perhaps thou canst cheer her. Find her, I beseech thee. Okay. Bye. You were surprised to see your old companion Jaina looking only slightly aged since your last visit. Name? Why, I'm Jaina. Thou shouldst remember me. Jana? Job. I have been the Cove healer for some time now, and can provide thee with mine healing services. Since magic is not reliable, I have been yearning to join a party of adventurers, such as mine old friends. I miss the old life. I guess we could have you join us on our trip, if we wished. You will actually charge us for healing, I believe. No. Unlike Lord British, who does it all for free. Friends, our old friends, Iolo, Shabano, and Dupree. The men who conquer evil in the name of Lord British. Yeah, what about Iolo? He looks the same to me. Perhaps he has a little more waistline than before, but that's to be expected if one stays away from adventuring for too long. What dost thou mean? Little more waistline indeed. No offence intended, Iolo. Shabano. Shabano, thou dost not look like a kid anymore. What didst happen? Didst thou reach the venerable age of 30? Humph, I'm still a kid at heart. That's a relief, she grins cheekily. Dupree. I miss having a drink or two with that rogue. Let's go find that knight. Lord British. I have not seen our liege in many years. Magic. My magic has been affected by something in the air, but I have found that my senses are still with me. Hast thou noticed that the mages in the land are afflicted in the head? It is most disconcerting, nevertheless. I can manage to cast a spell or two most of the time. Oh, nevertheless, I can manage to cast a spell most or two of the time. I don't really know whether we should have you join us or not. I mean, you're willing to. Join? I'd be honoured to join thee, milady. Okay. Bye. Goodbye. See, so we've got Jana with us now. Do we have any gear for you to wear? What are you? 13, 16, 18. 13 health. I guess the main reason why is because it wouldn't have as much health as, say, Dupree. Who'd be better suited to taking blows in combat. This regal gentleman epitomizes a well-liked politician. Hello, Lord British sent word that thou might come to visit us. Welcome to Cove, Avatar. Name? I am Lord Heather, and I recognize thee, Avatar. Oh, hey, we've got a note for you. Job. I am the town mayor of Cove, home of the Shrine of Compassion. Nastasia, I do hope thou canst help her. She needs someone to bring her out of her depression. We're going to bill for you. 'Tis about time that the government did something about the awful stench coming from that lake. I shall be happy to sign thy bill of law. Take it back to the Great Council, post-haste. Lord Heather signs the bill and hands it back to you. Okay. Lock Lake. It has gotten so putrid that on hot summer days, the stink is suffocating. I believe that the Britannian Mining Company in Minoc is the source of the problem. Mining waste is being deposited in the lake. Thou shouldst be glad it is nearly winter. Cove. It is a small place, I know. Many of our residents have moved away to the larger towns, especially Britain, but we have maintained a small core of loyal Covites. Shrine. We are proud of our shrine. One of our residents takes good care of it. Thou must try and visit the shrine if thou hast not already. It is a monument to all the lovers in town. Lovers. Britain may be the city of compassion, but Cove has become the city of passion. Everyone here seems to fall in love rather easily. Thou would find that everyone loves someone. Almost everyone, that is. Everyone. Well, let's see. I'm in love with Jana, our healer. She is in love with me, of course. Then there is Zenaida, who runs the Emerald. She has an interest in Demaria, our local bard, and vice versa. Raybert, our trainer, is courting Pamela, the innkeeper. Sounds like bad theatre to me. Any wenches mine own age around here? I see that thou art leaving Cove for a while, my dear. Spark. You're like, what, 14? Yes, my lord, but I shall return, I promise thee. I shall try not to worry about thee, but it will be difficult. Do not worry, I shall be safe with the Avatar. You may learn to regret those words. I do hope so. The mayor embraces Jana. Almost everyone, except for Anastasia. Okay. Right. Bye. What about you down here? You see a friendly woman in her 30s. Name? I am Pamela. Job? I am the innkeeper at the Outer Inn. Please come by, if thou wouldst like to rest thy weary feet for the night. Raybert. Oh, he is such a wonderful man, dost thou not think? He is so intense and serious. Handsome, too. Oh, and I like Regal. And I like Regal as well. Out and in. Well, Cove is the city of love and passion. Didst thou not know? Thou must be careful if thou dost stay too long in Cove. Thou wilt fall in love with someone, mark my words. Regal. As far as dogs go, he is handsome too. Okay, bye. Yeah, there's someone here. This beautiful earthy woman in her 40s gives you a friendly smile. Name. I'm Zenada, she says with a curtsy. Job. I am the owner and manager of the Emerald. If I can help thee with food or drink, please say so. I have never had a dissatisfied customer. Demaria. He is the light of my life. A finer man does not exist, she beams. Okay, bye. Come again soon. Let's leave. Let's see, there's a well. What's in here? Oh, this must be the trader's house. Trader's workout. Scent of Valor. Herein can be found the definitive word on chivalry and the duties to a knight's liege. Land chips. Not only does this extensive tomb describe the many riding beasts in Britannia, but it also discusses riding styles and techniques. In addition, it addresses the reasons for the popularity of carts, explaining why so few people choose to continue riding horses. The final chapter covers flying carpets and how they will ultimately replace all non-magical means of travel. Okay. I guess that's sort of to explain why you can't ride a horse. I guess because you'd have to buy a horse for every single person in your party. A cart's just easier. Valuable reading for all soldiers, blah blah blah. Okay. I guess you got rubbish lying all over the streets. Stuff. Like a dead cat? Inside the cat is a rat. What? Inside the rat is cheese. And a ring. Ring of Regeneration. Oh, hey, I'll take that. I wasn't expecting to find a ring inside of a rat, inside of a cat, but... well, whatever. Oh, I might have to swap to the other, Oh, no, I didn't put it on. How do I put the ring on? There we go. Come on. Oh, hang on. I'm holding that in my hand, am I? Do I need to put the ring on? Or is putting it in my inventory enough? Hold on. Where is... okay. Disable that. That's for the neck. Don't know what that's for. How come I can do that? I guess I can't wear a ring if I wear gloves? Let me see how this works. Generation rings. Oh, okay. Ultima VII. Last minute. This ring provides steady healing, substituting healing potions and spells. Ring vanishes after a set time of use. Ah. Okay. So the ring is not a ring of regeneration is only a temporary healing item. Okay, okay. Let's put it into a backpack then. I guess we'll wear it when we, if we get injured. There we go. Anything else around here? Like another cat up there. Why is there all these dead cats around it? So a fishbone in there. Some cheese. I guess we can keep the cheese for Sherry. It's been pre-eaten, but I think it seems to be fine. Anything else around here? Oh, there's a little fly. We went in there. Yes. Okay. Let's go over here. When do we eat? There's a parrot. Oh, hey, Blackrock. Oh, hey, I think this might be the mage which we were talking about. Yeah, Rudjum. Hello. This elderly mage looks older and more senile than when you last saw him. Name? That I know. My name is Rudjum. Job? I'm not sure anymore. I was a powerful mage at one time. Now nothing works. Magic is a foul. I suppose I could sell thee some reagents and spells if thou dost want. And mind the carpet, it does not work. Blackrock. Do not mention that foul mineral's name to me. It has caused me much frustration. Before my mind lost me, I was conducting experiments with the infernal material, but now I cannot for the life of me remember what it was I was trying to do. Moongates. They are a nuisance, are they not? I do believe that Blackrock is the solution to the problem. I wish my mind had not lost me, or I could continue my work. Carpet. The big blue carpet. 'Tis a flying carpet. It does not work like it should. Rudum looks around and scratches his head. Funny, it was here a while ago. Oh, I remember now. Some adventurers borrowed my flying carpet a few weeks ago. When they returned, they said they had lost it near Serpent Spine, somewhere in the vicinity of the Lost River. I suppose if thou didst want to go and find it, thou couldst keep it. It did not work very well. Perhaps thou can make it work. I did not like the colour anyway. Okay. Magic. I do not understand what is wrong. My magic does not work so well anymore. Spells. Does I wish to buy some spells? Yeah, sure. What have you got? First spell. Cure, detect, trap, light, awaken, all. I think it only lists spells which you... let's see. What do you got? Destroy, trap, fire blast, great light, telekinesis. Actually, I think different mages have got different spells which they can teach you. Fire blast could be useful. The fire blast spell will cost 45 gold. Agreeable? Yeah, sure. Thou dost already have this spell. Oh, well. Thank you very much for telling me that. Great light, telekinesis. Do I have great light? Done. There we go. Third circle. What have you got? Curse, heal, paralyze, and poison. Spells. Yes. What's about fourth circle spells? Lightning, mark, recall, science. Seance? I think this is used... This might only be used in Serpent's Hole. In, Serpent's Isle. Lightning, that could be useful. Mark and recall. I believe they work pretty much as they do in Morrowind. You set a mark for a spot, and when you're away from it, you cast recall, and you teleport back there. That could be useful to get around the map a bit faster. However, he did suggest a method of transportation for us and a location to look for it. I kind of know where it is. So, we've got an excuse to maybe go get it now. What about other spells? Fifth circle. Charm, dance, explosion, great heal. Great heal could be useful. The great heal spell will cost 115 gold. Sure. There we go. I just want to have a look at what he's got. Sixth. Clone, magic storm, poison field, sleep field. I don't remember whether spells can hurt your party members or not. Seventh. Create gold. Delayed blast, mass charm, restoration. I think this spell you can use to make an infinite amount of gold. But I don't remember how it works. I think you cast it on an object and it turns it into gold. I can't remember whether it's lead or something. And even though it wears off after a while, you can turn it into gold, go to the mint, exchange it for gold, exchange like the gold bars or gold nuggets for gold coins while it's on, while it's active. Or something like that. What about the 8th circle? Armageddon. You got the Armageddon spell. Resurrect, summon, sword strike. I think sword strike can be very powerful. It summons a whole bunch of swords which fly at the target. And then explodes into more swords. Or something like that. I don't think I remember what summon does. Resurrect just resurrects someone, but we can get that for free anyway for Lord British. Armageddon kills absolutely everyone in the world. Nearly. So it's a completely useless spell, except for funny shenanigans, I guess. We'll probably do it at one point, just to see what happens, but we might leave that until after the main story's done, because it kind of ruins some things. For what I remember. Reagents. What have you got? Ginseng, blood moss, sulfurous ash, mandrake root, black pearl. I think that's the same as Nistor had. Ginseng. Yeah. 2 gold each. We will buy 10 for 20. Thank you. Nope, that's fine. I'm going to need to write out a list of all the spells and their ingredients so I know exactly what I need for what I'm wanting to cast. Experiments. I wrote them all down in my notebook, which is somewhere around here. Thou art welcome to look at it, but stay away from that black damned transmuter. 'Tis dangerous. Transmuter? 'Tis that wand-like thing. I think he means the purple thing on the purple rod on the table there. It was supposed to magnetize and magically transmute black rock, but it doth not work correctly. Try pointing it at a piece of black rock, and thou wilt see what I mean. But do not stand too close. Thou art welcome to take it, if thou dost want a piece of garbage. Okay, notebook. I used it to record mine experiments with Blackrock and Blackrock Transmuter. Yeah, okay. Bye. Leaving so soon? Dear me, I hope I remember thee if thou dost come back. It doesn't seem to be as crazy as some of the others, but... Okay, let's have a look at this. Observations of Blackrock by Rudium the Mage. The mysterious substance known as Blackrock is completely indestructible. Only by magical means can it be molded and shaped. Blackrock can be found in small quantities beneath the ground, sometimes near lodes of iron ore or lead. Blackrock can be excavated by conventional means, but melting it down into a malleable substance is impossible, except by magic. I have found that a combination of electrical energy and magnetic energy has a profound effect upon the substance. Together, these properties cause Blackrock to become permeable. That is, one can put one's hand through the substance as if it were water. Further study reveals that Blackrock might work as a teleportation device if magic, electrical energy, magnetic energy, and the correct alignment of heavenly bodies act together upon the substance. This theory still needs to be tested. The Blackrock transmuter I created out of an old wand does not work. It was meant to shoot electrical and magnetic charges into Blackrock, but all it does is make the substance explode. I must be careful not to let the transmuter get into the wrong hands. Pointing it at a large quantity of Blackrock might produce a devastating explosion. I must quit for the day. The headaches that have been plaguing me have gotten worse. I'm forgetting more and more. Very soon, I am afraid, I will forget how to cast simple spells. I believe something might be affecting the magical ether, but I cannot be sure. Okay. What about this book here? Why Good Mages Like Black Magic by Magus. Despite the rather frivolous title, this complete tome explains the value of applying magic for the benefit of society, as opposed to selfish personal gain. The concepts presented herein mesh quite well with those exemplified by the virtues. What about this one? That's the same book. The Transitive Vampire. This richly detailed tome is a handbook of grammar for the innocent, the eager, and the doomed. Ribald encounters. Within the pages of this anthology are many stories full of suggestive prose. I am not a dragon. Within this pages is a bawdy tale of Belnar's fictional Lord of Serpent's Hold. This volume is part one of a great trilogy involving the humorous exploits of the Lord and his fellow knights. How to Conquer the World. The Apothecary's Desk reference. That just goes over all the different types of books. Dolphins in the Dunes. Contained within the pages of this book is what seems to be an allegory for human familial relations. The work is obviously fiction, but the understones suggest extensive studies on humans' part. Halfway through the work, the point of view shifts, permitting the reader to see multiple sides of each issue. The Day It Didn't Work. Okay, we saw that one. No One Leaves. Yep, saw that one. Ringworld. Herein lies the words that tell of adventurers to be had in the space between Britannia and the heavens. The work, although fictional, proposes that there are many undiscovered lands that lie between Britannia and other suns. Dragon Compendium. Found almost exclusively in the dungeon Destard, dragons are an ancient race of large reptiles. They possess great intelligence, and a few also use magic, sometimes summoning other creatures to fight with or for them in battle. However, in combat they are quite formidable, without any aid, for in addition to their sharp claws and the row of razor-like teeth that fill their maws, they are capable of producing large clouds of fiery death. That, combined with their ability to become invisible, makes them more than a match for any foolish enough to cross one. Should one ever be found that is willing to bargain with thee, I strongly suggest doing so, for very few can survive a battle with one of these terrible lizards. And even fewer can emerge victorious. Well, we've killed one dragon already. Here's his, magical rod. Some leather armor in there. I don't think we need to take that book with us. Let's have a look at what this wand does, shall we? Bluey! Well, that's quite an effect. I think I'll be holding on to that. That could prove useful. Okay. What's this thing? Oh, it's a kite. Is there anything else here? There's a magic orb here.
Away.
What?
Go away. Go away.
Okay. I won't look in the crystal ball. Apparently the Guardian takes issue with that. I'm a bit hungry. Everyone's hungry. No, hang on. No, not my cheese. Here we go. Sausages. I'll soon be plump. Fish and chips. Ah, very tasty. Yeah, it's bread. Ah, very tasty. Ah, very tasty. Jana. Everyone eat bread. Hey, where's Spark? There's Spark. No, not my... Not the bucket. I didn't want to spill the water out on the ground, but oh well. Okay. Apparently, if you starve in this game, you will actually take damage. So, Keeping people fed is important. Like, it'll be kind of like being poisoned. Apparently poison will deal damage to you until you've got 1 hit point left, but if you starving will actually... It will deal damage to you until you die. Tea... A... Is that E? T, E... Can I read that? Nope. Okay. What's down here? Oh, this is, I guess, Jana's place. Hey, Jana, since you're with us now, these people are not going to get healed. There is a potion here. Can we just take this? Because technically, you're with us. Yeah, I guess so. Nobody complained. Okay, there's also some bandages there. I think you can use bandages to heal yourself. But with magic, it's not really that necessary. Hey! I wanted to go in there too, Yellow. The Out and In. Register. Oh! I was confused about that. I was talking to someone and they were like, welcome to the Out and In. I'm like, okay, that's the name of the tavern here, is it? No, the tavern is called the Emerald. This is the inn. The other person was just in the tavern having dinner or something. Teals of Britain, Callan of Buccaneer's Den, Sir Dupree, he's been here as well. Wentok of Trinsic, Uberok of Minok. Or Minoc, okay. Anything in the desk? There is some gold, 4 gold coins. Hang on. Got some statues here as well. That's locked. That's locked. I guess it's like cheapest room, most expensive room. The cheapest room, you actually have to go through another room to get to it. What's this? Hero Fertilizer. Warrior's Handbook depicting several esoteric fighting styles. Each step is accompanied by a short piece of fiction, permitting the reader better visualization of the detailed style. Okay. What's this? Rolls. Okay. Hang on. No. Spark. You can take this roll. Okay. What's in here? Glass item. And a candle. Also, this apple here. You can take that. What's in here? Does anyone need pants? Jana, you need pants. You don't even have a backpack. What? Why do you have a hawk in your backpack? Do you attack with that? Oh, you had 100 gold. Yeah, I get... Okay. I just stuffed the hawk in your backpack. I didn't realize that you could have a hawk as a weapon. I mean, I don't know. Fine, whatever. Put some pants on. What about this? I guess you could put a dress on. Maybe a shirt. Hey, there you go. What's this? Do these look nicer? Yeah, there you go. Need some shoes as well. I guess a hawk is technically classified as a boomerang. Where is that shrine? Did you mention where it was? You've just eaten. Not complaining. Let's see, is there anything up here? Oh. You might have seen it. Yeah, just there. Okay. We'll leave. That's giants in those mountains. Literally. Actually, I don't know whether we'd be able to deal with those. What have we got to lose? Why do people keep saying I have a bad feeling? Even when we're not, even when we're outside of Britain, we still get blasted by the, hey, hello. Move on. Stand away. Ow! Okay, he's not actually hostile with us, so we'll just leave him alone. At least I don't think he is. Oh no, he is. Ow! To arms! To my side! Oh, I think he's the Cyclops, actually. Yeah, Cyclops. But he's not actually dead. What? Bleh. Dropped a shield and a sling. Charge! Defend me! Bleh. Okay, what's in here? There is a pot. And debris. And rocks. To the death! Curse thine offspring! Take this! Gold nuggets. I'll take those. That's 20 gold right there. Let's see. What's this here? That's a lockpick. And like a corn cob? Broke a bottle. A little thingy. Not really anything important. Is there anything else hidden under there? The mouse pointer in this game, voice pointer, is pretty accurate, I think. If you find something like a pixel hidden under there, you can actually pull it out. Chest is locked. Can I pick it? Hey, we can. What's in there? Ooh. Food. Oh, pardon me. I thought I was going to sneeze, but apparently not. Okay. Let's go back up here. Oh, hello. You came back. Uh-oh. Kill them, my minions. There we go. Hey, more gold nuggets. What about this other one? No, not you. Is that a Mongbat? Yeah, I think that was a Mongbat. Ah, it is quite dark in here. A slaw. There we go. Also, I think my health healed, my mana regenerated over time. There we go. That's a lot of Cyclops. Oh boy. Hold up. Take him on one. One at a time. Don't. There's some kind of underground tentacle over there, which my party members are attacking. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How's everyone doing? They're really focusing on me. There we go. I think that tentacle actually paralyzed one of the Cyclops. I'm surprised we're doing so well against these. There we go. Slaughtered a whole bunch of Cyclops. Oh, I want to put that into your inventory. No, come on. Put in. Won't fit. Oh. Okay, you can put it into yours. There we go. Anything in there? No. Anything in there? No. It's nice that you don't need to necessarily go near the bodies to take the items off of them. There we go. More gold nuggets. Yeah, people could just put them into their inventories. Whatever. There we go. Anything else in here? More Cyclops. Ah, those might have been traps. Oh, yes! Right, yeah, these are, caltrops. I guess we can pick them up. They deal damage if you step on them. I think there could be, like, more dangerous traps in here. Maybe? Or in some places they can be. There's a way out there. What's down over here? What is that? A corpser? Is it dead? No, I don't think so. Now let me have a look at my map. Where are we going? Right. So we went up in here. These caves are like restricted to being within the mountain ranges. If you imagine like the mountains, like the buildings which we've been going into, the mountains, when you see them over the land, they're kind of like a roof over the top of these tunnels. So the tunnels have to fit within the constraints of the mountain range. So you can see we're sort of going around down this way. Shall have thine head. I think some dungeons have teleports which send you to other locations. So the dungeons can be bigger. Like, you might, I don't know, like take a teleport here and it'll actually teleport you up here, technically on the map, but there'll be a dungeon over here. On the actual game map. Because every place you go to is located on the same world map. There is another map I could use which would show that better, but doing so would come with spoilers, so... Again, I will probably hold off on that. Oh hey, there's a body here. Were we looking for someone in this cave? Ah, corpser. It's just a body, some bones, some rubbish. Let's save again. Now we're going for time. Okay. Maybe we'll go for another half hour. Arms! Oh, the Cyclops, protect me! Shouts out to no one. Take this! We'll be taking this, thank you very much. Ah. Hold on. Ow! Ow, 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 ow. Uh-oh. No! I've been knocked unconscious. I'm not dead. Shabano is running away. Vultures will pick thy bones. But everyone is alive. I was just about to heal myself up. Ugh. Your party members do have morale. As you saw with Shabano, he's went, hey, and started to flee. I guess they start to run away when their health gets low. Okay, we're actually conscious now. And we'll heal. Oh, I don't have enough mana. Okay. What do you mean blocked? There we go. Oh, it doesn't have anything on it. This one, nothing. Okay, there is some meat there. And what's in this chest here? It is locked. Can I pick it? Pick broke. Pick broke. Pick broke. Great. All my picks broke. Do I have a key which I can use on it? Fine. I'll smash it open. We should be able to do this. This actually reminds me, a spell which I'd like to get is open and magic lock. Damn thee! I think I'm hitting it. We'll try for a bit longer. Yeah. Oh, Shamano's actually out of bolts. Okay. You have any lockpicks? You do. Pick broke. Save. Does this problem require a key or something? Hmm. Okay. I guess we'll just leave the chest here. Can we take it with us? No. I mean, we could, like, drag it bit by bit all the way back, but... Maybe we'll come across the key in here somewhere. Oh, hey. Ow! What's in here? There is meat. Ah, very tasty. Avatar! Oh! Right. I guess that technically counted as me stealing it? I don't know why. I mean, they're dead. It doesn't matter. Don't eat from the barrel. Take it out, put it into a backpack first. Ooh, hello. There's something nice. We'll take that. We'll take this belt. Leather collar. Yeah. Let's see. You don't have any armor. You can wear that. There you go. Sentry. You can take my greaves. Too heavy. I want these magic greaves. I said I want these magic greaves. Thank you very much. And Jana, you can have these, metal greaves now. There you go. Oh, that's one of the, that's one of those. Okay. What about in here? Oh, hey, there is a key in there. Since they complained about me eating that meat out of the, barrel, I'm going to, make a point of putting all that stuff into someone's inventory before into someone else's inventory before I take it. If I steal too many things, my party members will get upset. They might leave or attack me. These creatures really respawn quickly, don't they? Okay, key on chest. Yay! There we go. What's in here? Ooh. Hello. A lightning wand. Cool. I'll take that. And there is another ring of regeneration. Yep. Cool. I'll take that as well. Nice. Okay. Wand of lightning could be useful. And the ring of regeneration will be nice. I don't think we'll use it just yet. We've taken a bit of damage, but I think we can heal up. Ow. No! Iolo has been paralyzed. I hope it will wear off. More gold nuggets. Let's just wait a bit. Do I have a spell to cure paralysis? Does the cure spell work? No. Unknocks, that is cure poison. Oh, he's not asleep. Great heal. Oh, I don't have a spell. Oh, he's fine. Okay. Save. Yep. There we go. Okay. Let's go. I don't know. Down here, I guess? There's a gem or something there? Glass item. YOLO's just punching these guys. To battle! To arms! Come on. Kill the Cyclops. Go. So what's this glass thing here? Can I take this? Won't fit. Okay. Hey, there we go. Yeah, I don't know what that thing is. I guess we'll take it with us. It might be important. Hello, welcome, welcome. You'll be back. Can you be back if you haven't ever been here before? They're endangered. Certainly will be after I've dealt with them. We've killed quite a lot of them. I thought there'd only be a few in here. But they keep popping back so often. We must really be doing the town of service. Why can't I check the... Okay, it's just blocked, apparently. Oh well, whatever. Not like we need any more gold nuggets. He says... Knowing that's not true. Ow! Stupid corpses. Oh hey, we actually killed it. Okay, keep going. What? Rats? Okay. They weren't here last time. Dun 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 dun. I saw that. Oh, I am really badly injured. Okay, someone else needs to carry my gold nuggets. Oh, I think that was a healing potion I gave you. I could probably use that. Okay, put that there. Let me put this ring on. That should heal me. If it is on. Let me see. I've got 1 hit point. Do I have to, like... Oh, there we go. It's actually on my finger now. Okay. I can't wear a ring and wear gloves at the same time. Okay, well, I guess we'll wear that to heal up a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Apparently they wear off after a little bit. Let's exit the cave. We'll go back around to Cove. And we might go to Castle British and get healed up. There's a headless over there. I'll just leave the mountain so I can keep running without being accosted by Cyclops every few steps. Okay. Some more Mongbats or something? There we go. Do they have anything? No. Okay. The cove is just up here. Hang on. Let me look at my map. Right, so we exited there. Oh, we're going to have to go all the way up and around the mountains. Where are we? There, I guess? If we pop down to the mountains around here... Or over here? We went up the side there. Can I go through there? No, we can't walk across a river. Let's just follow this path here. Here we go. Here's a crossing. No thanks. Okay. What? Hang on. That's a Greer plant. Oh, are we on the other side of the lake? I recognize this filth. Yeah, I guess we're up here. Just crossed over this part here. So if we kept following there, through the swamp there, which is quite a large swamp from the looks of it. It's that lighter green area. See, there's a bit of a swamp there. One over here too. One up there. Going through the swamp, there would be things like crocodiles and such, as well as poison. If we step on the swamp itself, any of the green stuff, party members without swamp boots will get poisoned. There's a whole dead deer here. Another dead cat. And an anchor. Why is there an anchor? Wasn't this from a... This is all from a, mine, isn't it? Okay, there's a dead crocodile. There's a lot of stuff in there. There's a dead something or other. There's a dead rat. There's some fish. Which don't have anything in them. Oh, hang on. Oh, that's a horseshoe. I thought that was a ring. Oh no. Spell wore off. Okay, let's go across the river again, and then I'll follow it down south. Since I know where I am now. Oh. Okay then. I guess I can't. Okay, what's the best way to get back to Castle British without having to go through the swamp. I guess we could keep going north until we hit this town. I forget which one that is. Also, again, part of already sniffing, my hay fever seems to have decided to pop up. What's this signpost say? Something. Okay. One of them said cove. I assume, because that's where we came from. There's another cave over there to the left. I think I just want to get to the town. Yeah, I'm getting sleepy. Yeah. Okay. Where are we? A bunch of people asleep on the ground there. There's a water wheel. And there's some people just standing here. Hello? You see a wary-looking man who is missing his right arm. With his one hand, he scratches his head and squints in your general direction. Name? You let out a sharp cough to clear his throat. Rutherford's my name. Pleased to meet you. He extends his greasy hand for you to shake and does not retreat it until it is clasped. Job. 'Tis no time for idle chatter. There's been 2 people murdered out at William's sawmill. Crown Jewel. That ship was indeed here of late. In fact, 'twas the night of the murders. Could there be a connection? Ooh, Hook. I know him. He be a pirate who lives in Buccaneer's Den. They say Hook is so mean he'd kill his own mother for the right price, and I would wager they're right. Oh, okay, he's actually called Hook. Why, I got into a fight with this Hook once. I was lucky and escaped losing only my right arm and still with one good eye left. It was somewhere around that time that I started having second thoughts about my career as a pirate. Now here I be. I've not seen him recently, but the description of the murder scene certainly sounds like his handiwork. Okay, bye. I shall see thee later. At least I will if thou dost stay in the front of me good eye. Well, that was stumbling across someone who had a bunch of important information. What about you? You see a cheerful woman with bright eyes and blonde hair. Name. Hello, my name is Anthea. Job. I am a member of the Artists Guild in Minok. I make and sell candelabras. Artists Guild. We are a guild of artists and craftspeople united for the common good and dedicated to the advancement of the arts, as well as showing other artists that it is possible to exist solely by thine own efforts without sacrificing thy creativity. Minok. Oh, we're in Minok. With the success of the mine, I guess, yeah, right, Minok, because they mentioned that it's to the north of Cove. Minok is a prosperous city, not a place where one is used to having murders happen. A good place for our artists guild to do well, but things have always been hard for us here. Now I fear they may get worse. Candelabras. I make simple candelabras, but sometimes I will do commissioned work, making more specific ones. I was hired by the Fellowship to make the candelabras for all of their Fellowship halls. Yeah, we saw one of those, intrinsic, I think. Worse? That's what Gladstone says. Thou hadst better ask him about it. Murders. It is so terrible. I never knew Federico or Tania personally, but I did meet their son, Sasha, once. He was a nice boy, if somewhat misguided. He spent the night with us once at the Artists Guild as a guest of Sarah? I guess Sarah. Fellowship. Eleanor, the head of the local fellowship branch, showed me a picture of the fellowship symbol, and I based a design for my candelabra on that. Eleanor. Yes, she's quite a recruiter. Why, she got Burnside, our mayor, to join, as well as Gregor, the local head of the Britannia mining company, and Owen, our shipwright. He is soon to be famous. I'm sorry to say, she has never asked me to join. Oh, he is soon to be famous, I'm sorry to say. She has never asked me to join, thank goodness. Owen. They are to build a monument to Owen for some reason or another. Owen and Eleanor refused to use anyone from the guild to help build it. Rather rude of them, dost thou not think? Aye, farewell, my lady. I hope it was of some assistance to thee. I guess some interesting information. Hey, you, with the blue pants, get back over here. You see, a man whose long hours and difficult smouldering work have frozen his face into a rigid expression with eyes like hot coals. Name? I am Zorn. Job? I am the blacksmith of Minok. Blacksmith? I make weapons and armor. Yeah, Minok. Minok is quite a city. Money changes hands here, but it does not keep people happy. They find something to squabble over, and now those terrible murderers have everyone afraid. Weapons and armor. Perhaps we could speak more of this more of these things another time. Say perhaps during the business hours of me shop. Yeah, sure. Squabble. This noise over Owen's monument, for instance. People ought to tend to their own business and let others handle their own, foolish or not. Murders. No one in this town ever really hated the gypsies, at least not that I have ever been aware of. Who could have done such a thing? Owen? He is our town's shipwright. He is a man who has an exceedingly high opinion of himself. Okay, monument. Owen is building a monument to himself. It is 40 feet tall, depicting him holding up a roll of plans. Pigeons will have a place to sit forevermore. Why argue over something as unimportant as that? Job. Goodbye. Okay. What's this place? The Checkered Cork. SARS of you. Lord Shamano. Oh, he was here. Sir Dupree. Ketha Moonglow. Derek. Vinda of Jellum. I'm a bit hungry. Yes, yes. What about here? Oh, this is the Artist Guild. Yeah, they've got all their candles and pottery and all that on display. And some glassware, too. They've got a clock up here, too. What's that? Letter opener. Okay. What's in here? Clothes. There's a lockpick in that chest, but we don't need that. I could use a little food. Can you eat a nugget? Oh, you can put your gloves back on now because the ring's used up. I said, oh no, actually, hang on. It's still there. We're healed up, so that's fine. Apparently it does take a bit longer than... I mean, I guess a few minutes, sure. No thank you. Wait. If you're not complaining about being hungry... Belch. Then who's hungry? Okay, fine. Never mind then. What about in here? There is 23 gold coins. Shamano. I said you could take those. Okay, you can't take those because you're over encumbered. There we go. What about in here? Stuff. Okay. Still need some proper armor for Jana. Oh, you've made a window. Okay, let's leave. What about this place down here? Let's put some lights on so we can see. Hey, there's a potion in there. I was going to say we don't need these caltrops. Let's put these caltrops into this chest here. I was just going to dump them on the floor, but that might be a bad idea. Okay, what's in this chest? Hey, a blue potion. I believe that's a potion of sleep. That'll be useful. Anything else in here? What's this? Nothing, apparently. Okay. Did someone else complain about being hungry? Or they just say this food smells good? Let's see. What's this place? Oh, this is a fellowship hall. Okay. Well, nothing which we really want there. What about here? There's a pickaxe there. What about in this bag? There's some carrots. There's also a chest there. I saw that. Oh, it's locked. I wonder where everyone is. You'd think people would be in their beds, but apparently not. Oh, there's some gold there. 3 gold. What's this? Some cloth. Okay. What about in here? Just random clothes. Okay. Stuff can be hidden under other things, so that's why I'm moving them around. Anything? Anything in here? Spent light source. Is that it? No, yeah, I guess it is. I guess it's a burnt candle. Okay. What about up here? There is an abacus. There is sealing wax. A seal. Some documents. Scroll. What's this say? You know, the usual bill of underwater treasure hunting while playing cricket. What about here? Ah. Oh dear. This looks like a the shop. Do you have anything of interest around here? Candle in there. Some boots. Hang on. Hang on, what's that? Oh, a decorative sword. What's this? Custom sword. Do you have anything good here? Main gauche. Sword. What's this? Two-handed axe. Morning star. Two-handed hammer. Yeah, okay. Don't have any armor around, do you? No. Just looks like a weapons store. Okay. Is there anywhere else to go? If we could find some of the more tab members to talk to. And again, where is everyone? They all... Yes, you've said so. We've walked past the place like 3 times now. Okay, maybe this place? Nope, there is no one here. This old ship. Oh, I guess this is a shipwright's place. Ooh, he might have a sextant around here. He's got an amulet. And 3 gold coins. I don't need those. Whatever. We've got a lot of money in gold nuggets waiting. Huh. Here's a store. Actually, some armor there. What else is there around? Ooh. Serpentine swords. I guess those would be better than a normal sword. Bark. Good on you. But I don't remember how much, whether they're like a magic sword or not. I don't think so. Ooh! I see what I've been looking for. Yoink. Okay. We now have a sextant. It will not function under a roof. Okay. So, using the sextant, we can kind of get our bearings a bit. 61 north, 49 east. So, I mean, you would be able to use it better to get an idea of where you are. Well, we can just see the cross on the map there. Was that there before? I guess so. Or maybe not. Maybe with the sextant we can actually tell where we are. Yeah. Okay, when you have a sextant, it actually shows where you're located on the map. Good. I think if you had the map which came with the game, it would have the latitude and longitude numbers along the edges. And you could use the sextant to... Well, previously, we got some directions. 169 south, 28 east. And we'd be able to pinpoint where that is on the map if we had the actual map which had the numbers along the edge here. But we don't, so... Let me see. Treasure. Do I remember where this is? 28 east. Might be on here somewhere. Anyway. Let's have a look. Is there any other place down here? No. What about up here? Hang on. Did I go in there? Oh. Pardon me, just passing through. 6 people just tromp through your house. Leaving the doors open. Nothing in the stump. think we've maybe explored everywhere around here. All that we'd have to do is... Actually, thinking of that... sure. Let's just... We'll just go in here. And... I'll plonk down my, Actually... That place is a bit small. Actually, I think I could just put it anywhere, can't I? So let's put our mat down here. We'll unroll it. And we'll have a sleep. How many hours shall we wake thee up? 8 hours. Pleasant dreams. In the rain, outside. Arise, Your Honor. Time to continue thy quest. Okay. Everyone runs over to me. Where were you all? What were you doing? Nothing. Okay. No one's still here. Still no one. Oh, hey, there's someone. Have we talked to you? Oh, you beat me, lady. Oh, it's Rutherland. Okay. There was some people over here. Let's go talk to them. Oh, right, yeah, there was a murder at the windmill. Or at the watermill. Okay. Hello. You see a young gypsy lad. He is wearing a fellowship medallion. His eyes look down and his expression is one of extreme sorrow. Name? My name is Sasha. Oh, hey, you're the, son, aren't you? I am too young to have a job. I am a gypsy as my parents were gypsies. I am also a member of the fellowship. Parents. My parents, Federico and Tanya, being here, were murdered. I do not know why anyone would want to harm them. The words choke out of the boy. Suddenly he is overwhelmed by grief and is unable to speak further. Gypsies? I've returned to be with Margarita and Jergy to grieve for my parents. They did not approve of my joining the fellowship, but I know that they were concerned out of their love for me, just as I loved them. Okay, fellowship. The fellowship is a philosophical group, blah, 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 blah. For the past week, I have been away from home doing work for the fellowship. Okay. What can you tell me about them? She is very wise and knows many things, but when I asked her if I should go back to the fellowship or stay with them, she did not answer me. Yogi, he was my father's brother. He is a good man and wise. Now he is the leader of our people. He will do what is right for us. Perhaps I should talk with him. Okay. It is. It happened at the sawmill in Minok. Okay. Bye. See a young, bewitching gypsy woman with wise, soul-peering eyes. Name? Margarita at thy service. She speaks slowly. Job? Gypsy woman smiles slightly. To tell thy destiny. Oh. Okay. I've already chosen my class. It's Avatar. Murderers. I knew it would happen. I warned Federico he wouldn't listen. He was my brother-in-law. His death makes me very sad. Tanya. She was Federico's wife. But thou dost know that already, no? She was a good woman. Destiny. The fortune bill cost thee 20 gold, alright? Yeah, sure. Peers into a crystal ball. Crystal ball is very murky. I see that thou must join the fellowship if thou wants to learn more about them and discover their true nature. It is not very clear. Ah yes, there is a new evil that threatens Britannia. Does it look like a red muppet? I see that thou shalt have to return with it in the future. Oh, you'll have to reckon with it in the future. The crystal ball tells me that the ether of the world, the substance that controls magic, has been affected by this new evil presence. I see further that this evil presence will gain greater power during an event in the near future. This event has something to do with the planets. Seek out a man at the observatory in Moonglow to learn more about this. I see that he has a device which will be very useful to thee. See him soon, for this event is drawing near. What is this? I see Thou dost see a man with a hook. He is not thy true adversary, but finding him will be necessary to complete thine ultimate quest. Wait, I see that thou must seek audience with the Time Lord. He is in trouble, although I cannot see what that trouble is. The Time Lord knows much about this new evil, so do not fail to seek him out. Right, okay, we're going to have to visit the doctor. To find the Time Lord, thou must first meet the wisps who live in the Forest of Yew. They are thy best link to him. The monks of Empath Abbey may know how to contact the wisps. The board has grown dark, I see no more. Looks at you and says, thou dost face many dangers ahead. Take care. With these words, she slumps and closes her eyes to rest. She is obviously exhausted. Okay, husband. Yogi is mine husband, of course. Now he has the weight of guiding the gypsy race in these troubled times. Bye. Go in peace. You see a swarthy gypsy with soulful eyes, dressed in colourful clothes. He looks as if he has the weight of the world on his shoulders. Name? I am Yogi. Pleased to meet thine acquaintance. Job? I am the king of the gypsies. Margarita. My wife is a wise woman who has some of the necessary talents to see the future. Thou should speak with her. My people have almost completely died out in this world. Now that I am their leader, I am making their welfare my sole responsibility. Soon I will decide if we will leave Minok. Okay. Died out. Gypsies are a people who like to wander, but there are fewer and fewer places where we are welcome. We are victimized by the ancient hatreds that have plagued our kind since the days of ancient Caesarea. That's the name of the combined four landmasses. Or rather, the four landmasses is Caesarea. Minok. Our people came here because we thought we would be accepted. It seemed for a very long time that we were, but after these savage murders, it looks like it is time for us to roam once again. Okay. Accepted? We have always been subject to the prejudices of others. We are called thieves and worse. But we are a people that only wish to play our music and dance and live in peace. I thought the people here understood this. Murders. Federico was my only brother, and no one loved Tanya more than I did, save for Federico himself. What happened to them was unspeakable. I wish I could tell thee more. If thou wishest, thou may speak to Sasha, but only briefly. Now is the time for him to mourn. Okay, well, we already done so. Tell me about him. Some thought of my brother Federico as a harsh man, but those of us who knew him could see that he was simply governed by the same pride and passions that rule all gypsies. Okay. Tanya? She was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. Both my brother and I were in love with her. We both tried to win her heart. I failed, and though thought that I would spend the rest of my life with no one. What? I don't understand. No bone? I don't. Or is it a V? I mean, no, it's a V. I mean, because I've been using V's instead of W's. But I don't. Yeah, whatever. Like they've got a V there unnecessarily because it's whatever. Hello, welcome. How are you all? Should have started playing the best Ultimate game 8. I don't actually have that one. Or Ultimate 9, so. It's a V is basically the idea that he isn't speaking fluently but with an accent. Yeah, I kind of gathered that. I'm sort of ignoring it for the most part because I think it would just sound silly, but like I don't whatever. I guess because one technically starts with a W sound, but it was not until last year that my wife Margareta and I were married and my secretly broken heart was mended. Okay, Sasha. He is the son of Federico and Tanya. He left us to learn more about the Fellowship. Of course, he feels responsible for what happened. Okay, responsible. We do not blame Sasha for what happened. We will not punish him. Fellowship. Sasha will have to decide if he wants to stay with his people or return to the Fellowship. I believe he will make the right choice. Okay, bye. Okay then. Let's have a look in here. That's locked. I guess this is a town hall or something? No, I don't want to talk to you. Bye. Mining company. Iron ore 30 tons. Lead 24 tons. Iron ore 27 tons. BR 2 tons. I guess that's black rock. 14 tons of lead, 37 tons of lead, 26 tons of iron ore, 3 tons of black rock, iron ore 31 tons. Okay. Okay, so they're mining black rock here. Oh, who are you? You see a stern but friendly looking man dressed in a military fashion. As you watch him, you get the feeling he is sizing you up as well. Want to get away from the river. Name. I am Jakar, named after a great general from the ancient times of Caesarea. Welcome to my dock. Job. Along with Karena, I am a trainer in the fighting arts. My specialty is strength and strategy. On the field of battle, if one does not use his head while using one's muscles, he is in danger of losing it. Minok. Ours is a city of commerce, although lately its primary trade seems to be gossip and envy. Before these murders, the latest local scandal had been the statue to be built of Owen, the shipwright. Karena. A skillful and fierce battler, but a bit short-sighted when it comes to tactics, I'm afraid. Still, a woman as attractive as she is diverting enough when encountered. But do not mention her that I said that. It would just encourage her. It is uncomfortable enough sharing the same roof with her as it is. What art thou whispering about over there? Nothing, nothing at all, Jakar winks at you. Okay, trainer. I am not in the habit of running training sessions at this particular time. Yeah, okay, murders. I suspect the killer, or killers, are from out of town, and probably long gone by now. There has not been a local murder for some time before today. Our fair measure of prosperity has made the people here mostly tolerant of each other. That is why the gypsies settled here. The apparent lack of motive is puzzling. Owen. I have known Owen as long as anyone in this town. Several years ago, 3 ships that he built sank. The brother of Carl, one of our more colourful local residents, was killed. No investigation was ever made into the cause of the sinkings. But Owen once confided to me that he secretly blamed himself. He started drinking heavily, and eventually took up with the fellowship. Okay. Short-sighted. She is the sort of person who labours under the belief that all problems can be solved in one of 3 ways. Hit them harder, hit them faster, or hit them some more. Art thou talking about me? I fear mine ears burning. Thou art dreaming, Karena. Why would I talk about thee? He giggles conspiratorially at you. Okay, roof. There used to be 2 training halls in my dock, but one of them burned down after being struck by lightning. Now we are both forced to share this one. Oh, okay. Gypsies. They would do better to ask Karena. She is a good friend of the gypsies, and would know more about them than I. Gone? I doubt that anyone in our community is the killer. If the stranger, or strangers, involved were to remain for longer after the crime, they would soon be revealed. Therefore, the killers are no longer in town. Okay, bye. We actually kind of already know who the murderers are, but... Oh! I guess this is the other trainer. You see a stealthy-looking woman dressed all in green. There is a wicked grin on her face. Name? I answer to Karena and to nothing else. Job? I am a teacher in Minok, along with Jakar. Murders. Shocking. Such things do not normally happen here. It well proves the value of knowing how to defend oneself. Gypsies. Federico, the leader of the gypsies, and his wife, Tanya, were good people. Why, the worst thing I ever knew either of them to do was a simple prank. Teacher. Our establishment is now closed. Please come by during business hours. Sure. Minok. Minok was usually busy but quiet. Then our town was bothered by this nonsense over Owen's monument, and now these murders. Jakar. He is quite an able trainer in his own right. Not as skilled as myself, obviously, but I do think he is cute. Though I bid thee, do not tell him that I spoke of this. It will only encourage him. Art thou speaking about me? Mine ears are burning. They've got the same affliction. Nothing thou shouldst be concerned about, Jakar. She winks at you. Okay. Prank. Once Federico threw a rock through the window of the local fellowship branch. Oh well, I thought it was amusing. Monument. I understand it is to be 30 feet high and will display our local shipwright as he holds about aloft a sextant. Thou wouldst not believe a thing as benign as this could create such trouble. We also heard it was apparently supposed to be about 40 feet tall and him holding a stack of papers or something. Murders. Shocking. Such things do not normally happen here. It well proves the value of knowing how to defend oneself. Trouble. It would seem the increase in hostilities amongst the fair citizenry over our shipwright's monument has filled much of the local populace with a burning desire to acquire combative skills. Business has never been better. Hostilities. Everyone in town is all up in arms about this and that, but surely others would know more of these local policies. Politics. I care not. Bye. Farewell. May thy journeys be interesting ones. Okay. Go over here. Oh, I guess this is where everyone was, so waiting for me to come over here. You see a handsome craftsman with an intense piercing gaze. Aim. My name is Gladstone, milady, at thy service. Job. I am a glass blower and a sculptor. I make mostly bottles and bowls, but in my time I have constructed all manners of statuary out of glass as well. Glass. I regret that I do not have any of my work for sale at present. Like our other artists, I have a backlog of orders that will keep me busy for the foreseeable future. But there are several examples of my work, of which I am most proud. In the Gold Hall on display, if thou art interested, please have a look at them. Artist Guild. The Artist Guild is a group of local craftsmen. We sell our wares here in Vinok. While we are organized as a guild of equal members, I am tentatively the guild head. There is active commerce here in Minox, sufficient to keep the Artist Guild financially solvent, but in recent weeks I have come to fear we may not keep it going for very much longer. Unlike the Fellowship or Owen's Monument, we do not have much political power. Now other events make our troubles seem less important. Fellowship. We do not get along very well with these people. I believe we have been unofficially marked as enemies of the Fellowship ever since all of the members of the Artists Guild refused Eleanor's invitation to join. They dislike us because they consider us to be indisposed towards unity. Monument. Owen the shipwright is commissioning a statue of himself to be built in the centre of town. The Artists Guild decided to have nothing to do with this foolishness, of course. But just the word of that statue has spread, and now orders are coming in from all over Britannia. Merchants want to have a ship built by the famous Owen, Master Shipwright of Minoc, or the famous Owen. Power. The Artists Guild is taxed mercilessly by the Britannian Tax Council. Even in our best year, it is a struggle to make ends meet. It seems that we are not considered important enough to be given an even chance. Events. Surely thou hast heard about the murders of Federico and Tanya. Yeah, I have. Statue. I fear we have grievously miscalculated by thinking that if we boycotted the statue, it would not be built. It seems all the talk of it has made Owen into some sort of bizarre legend around this area, and the bloody statue hasn't even gone up yet. But that, I fear, is not the worst of the situation. Murders. I shudder to think such foul deeds are so freely committed in our fair town. Art thou investigating it? I wish thee all success in tracking the culprit. I barely knew Federico or Tanya, but I did meet their son Sasha once. Worst? Once the statue is built, orders for shipbuilding are bound to increase even more. It won't take long before all local commerce will become affected by it. Owen will be purchasing more of the local resources, which will cause prices to rise, especially at the sawmill, and that will surely force the Artists Guild into bankruptcy. Maybe you could enter into an agreement with him? I mean, people who want ships would also want, like, you know, fancy furniture and all that to have on them, surely. Sasha. He befriended Sarah and stayed the night with us once. He seemed like a nice young man, but misguided. Bye. Okay. But you. He's a handsome, creative-looking young man. Name? I am called Sarah, my lord. A pleasure to meet thee. Job? I am a member of our local Artist Guild here in Minoc. Artist Guild? Yes, we have an Artist Guild here in Minoc. I remember. The other members are Xanthia and Gladstone. Thou canst purchase some of the finest crafts available anywhere in Britannia there. I, for example, make clocks. Until the monument was to be built, and now these murders, I believe this town to be a good place to live. Xanthia. The very talented young woman. She makes very elaborate and distinctive candelabras. Yeah, we've already talked to her. Gladstone. Gladstone is a sculptor and a glassblower. He is also in charge of most of the business decisions for the guild. Clocks. I make all types of clocks and watches that tell the time reliably to the second. I would be happy to sell thee one, but right now I have a 2-year backlog to fill. Monument. That shipwright Owen is a self-righteous fool. His statue will be nothing more than a monument to all the hurtful bad feelings he has caused in this town. I cannot believe that such a meaningless and obvious charade could jeopardize our guild's future. Murders? It is horrible. Federico and Tanya were looking for their son, Sasha. He had run away to join the Fellowship. How could this have happened to them? Sarah slowly shakes his head. Ugh, my mouth is getting tired. Future. Thou hadst best ask Gladstone about that. Okay. Sasha. I met him a few weeks ago when he came to town looking for the local Fellowship branch. I once let him stay the night at the guild hall. He said his father would beat him if he knew he was thinking of joining the Fellowship, and I believed him. Sasha's father could be a cruel man. He is basically a good lad, just looking for the truth like a lot of us are. Unfortunately, he is looking in the wrong place. Their camp's just outside of town. There are not too many of them left. I understand that Sasha's aunt, Margareta, is an amazing fortune teller. For a few gold coins, she can tell thee many things that may be very useful to thee. Fellowship is a society of spiritual seekers who strive to reach the highest levels of human potential. No, I'm not a member or anything like that, but I've heard the basic speech from Sasha so many times that I have it memorized. I never tried to dissuade him from joining the Fellowship, even though I have no belief in it. I think Sasha is old enough to start making his decisions for himself. Now I truly regret not sending him home the moment I saw him. Bye. You see Julia, a member of your party... No, wait, what? Oh, no, this is... Right. You see Julia, a member of your party of adventurers from one of your previous visits to Britannia. Name? Has it really been that long, Arala? 'Tis I, Julia. Job? Since accompanying thee on thine adventures when thou wast last in Britannia, I have become the tinker of Minok. I repair things for the people of the town. But my duties and obligations are not so pressing as to prevent me from joining thee again, shouldst thou wish it. After all, when thou art in Britannia, thou hast usually come to repair very important things, and help put the world to rights. Spark. And who is this fine young lad? My name is Spark, milady. He is a cute one, and so well-mannered. Spark turns beet red. Tinker. It's not really what I wish to do with the rest of my life. I do not have the patience to be a proper tinkerer. If thou didst ask me, I would say I have sacrificed enough. Minok. 'Tis a terrible thing to have happened in our town. These murders... Minok was once a safe and quiet place. Safe and quiet. Well, at least safe, if not necessarily quiet, especially with all the commotion caused by Owen and his monument. Murders. Federico and Tanya were killed at the Minok sawmill in a manner most gruesome. Owen. Owen is our local shipwright. Frankly, I think he is something of a fool. Monument. The Fellowship wanted to build a statue of Owen. That way, they could use him as an example of the success of the Fellowship philosophy. It would also increase Owen's business to the point of upsetting the local economy and driving the Artists Guild out of business. Federico and Tanya. Federico was the leader of the gypsies, and Tanya was his wife. They lived outside of town. I know nothing more about them. Gruesome. The manner in which Federico and Tanya were murdered suggests a ritual killing, from which I have heard it is similar to the one that thou hast run across in Trinsic, and one that occurred in Britannia a while ago. It is a most puzzling mystery. Join? I believe thou hast enough travellers for one group. Now, 6 is the maximum which we can have in our group. So, okay, bye. I guess there's another potential party member. But you see a woman whose cultured manner is tinged with a suggestion of arrogance. Name? She straightens her shoulders and looks you in the eye. I am Eleanor. Oh, you're the leader of the fellowship group here. I am the head counsel of the fellowship branch here in Minok. We are a society of spiritual seekers. Blah, blah, blah. Perhaps thou wouldst wish to join our fellowship. Nope. I can see by the look in thine eyes that thou dost lack the courage to take this vital step in thy life. Perhaps one day soon thou shalt be ready. She looks down and nose at you. We shall see. We should strive to put this business and the murders behind us. Minok will soon be known throughout Britannia as a city where majestic ships are built. There is even going to be a statue erected in the centre of town honouring our shipwright, Owen. He is a skilled and valued member of our community, and, of course, a fellowship member. Murders. I am saddened at the loss of life, but cannot say I was surprised. Federico and Tanya were antagonistic people. The same may be said of most gypsies. I have nothing against them personally, of course. Of course. Owen is a classic example of the fellowship making a vast difference in a person's life. Before he joined the fellowship, he was without confidence and ready to put aside his trade. Now he stands on the verge of being recognized as the finest at his craft in the world. She was actually saying something different there. Director Britannia Mining Company. Many fellowship members pass through Minok. Antagonistic. Federico and Tanya treated all members of our fellowship as if we were diseased. Federico particularly would often bully our members. Thou dost know, it is common knowledge that we are pacifists. He had a reputation for cruelty. Even among his own people. It is not surprising he came to a violent end. They had set up camp southeast of town, near the sawmill. That is suspicious, dost thou not think? Crown Jewel. Many ships come in and go in our busy port. I do not know of any one specific ship. Perhaps thou shouldst ask Owen. Hook. A man with a hook. I'm certain I would remember having seen anyone like that, and I am positive that does not match the description of any fellowship member this branch has ever come in contact with. It's a very specific denial. I have a feeling we shall see each other again. See an elderly man struggling to maintain a regal posture. His eyes widen at the sight of you. I'd heard that thou were travelling in Britannia again, but it took mine own eyes to believe it. Welcome, Avatar. Name? Burnside is my name. Job. I am mayor of Minok, and have been to these past 20 years and more. Minok. Apart from this business and the murders, we are a town run by commerce. Gold runs this town, as goes the money, so goes Minok. Take this monument affair, for instance. Murders. As Federico and Tanya were not actually residents of Minok, there's little I can do as mayor other than increase the town's guard. The investigation falls somewhat beyond my jurisdiction. It would appear the killer or killers were from out of town and are probably long gone by now, thank goodness. Monument. I am sure thou art aware of the plans for a monument of Owen, the shipwright. He is paying for it himself. I am usually against such public vanity, but the fellowship is very much in favour of it. Vanity. But in this special case, it does immeasurable good for the town. It increases our prestige. People will come from all over Britannia for the unveiling. Fellowship. Yes, I wear the fellowship medallion given to me by Eleanor. Do not worry thyself. I shall not try to make thee join. He laughs nervously at his own little joke. Unveiling. Why, even Lord British himself will be in attendance. It is a special opportunity when one gets a private audience. Eleanor says the fellowship could bring much money into Minok. It would be wonderful for trade. I could never let my personal feelings get in the way of the good in this town. Feelings. Avatar, may I tell thee a secret? Yeah, sure. I must confess to thee that I feel the fellowship promotes a philosophy that is dubious at best, and its membership seems to be comprised chiefly of fools and emotional weaklings. Okay. Bye. Pleasure, friend Avatar. A pleasure. What about you? You see an old man whose domineering disposition matches the hardened physique of his aged body. Name? My name is Gregor. Job? I am in charge of the Minok branch of the Britannian Mining Company. Minok? Our town is a major centre of trade in Britannia, and it is a place of social change. Britannian Mining Company. Produces a wide variety of minerals that are essential to the continuation of progress in Britannia, like lead. Trade. They probably use it for pipes. Here in Minok, we have one of the largest, also roofing, one of the largest mining operations in Britannia, a sawmill, an inn, the Artist Guild, and a shipwright. Social change. Here in Minok, we are erecting a monument to our good shipwright, Owen, a master craftsman whose name will be soon known throughout Britannia. We also have a very active fellowship branch. Sawmill. A long-standing and profitable business. A shame it will become more renowned for the murders that were committed there than for any of the fine work it does. Inn. The checkered cork is famous for its rustic character and atmosphere. It is a fine place. Do not be put off by its apparent uncleanliness. The Artists Guild is a small collection of craftspeople who have huddled together to sell their little trinkets. They pride themselves on being the local dissenters of everything. Shipwright. I may have already mentioned Owen, the shipwright. He builds the finest ships that have ever set sail. We did also heard that like 3 or 4 of his ships sunk. Monument. I helped to organize things with Mayor Burnside to get the monument built. It will be huge and made of the finest ore from our mine. You got to cast like a giant iron statue? Okay. Would Britannia even have the facilities to like cast a 40-foot statue? Maybe they do it in parts. Fellowship. They have done immeasurable good for Minok, helping to counter the disunity that can plague a town such as ours, where so many people are fixated upon monetary gain. Bye. Be on thy way then. Okay, let's have a look. Ah! This need not be on. Yes, this ritualistic candle doesn't need to be on. There's a candle there. I think that's actually one of the that's actually one of the fellowship candles. There's buckets of blood as well. And they don't have anything on them. There's a serpentine dagger. It's actually different. Can I pick up any of this? Let's see, save. Are people going to complain? I'll take the serpentine dagger. Can we take this candelabra? That could be useful evidence. What else is here? Gears. Okay. There is a chest over there. Oh harm. Everyone's just been walking over the crime scene. It's terrible. Oh, there's a glittery top there. Okay. Who made the candelabras? I remember talking to someone. I think they were up this way. I guess now that we've gone down there and seen the murder, everyone will sort of be active around town. Maybe. Maybe they're stuck over there. Oh, hang on. Okay. No one there. Name. Job. Candelabras. Fellowship. Candelabra at murder site. You described the candelabra found at the murder scene to Xanthia. Her eyes widened with recognition. Yes, that is one of the candelabras I made. 'Twas in the sword mill at the murder site? Yes. Xanthia looked shocked. How horrible! I swear I do not know how it could have gotten there. Thou should certainly ask Eleanor about it. Okay. Eleanor. She's quite a recruiter. Got Burnside, our mayor, to join, as well as Gregor, the local head of the Britannian mining company, and Owen, our shipwright. He is soon to be famous, I am sorry to say. She's never asked me to join. Yeah, right. Okay, bye. Let's go find Eleanor. Oh, she's probably back at the, Fellowship Hall. Are you in here? Is that you? Yes. Now speaking to me, lady? Candelabra. Yes, the Fellowship commissioned Xanthia to create a candelabra, which thou dost describe. Its design incorporates our 3 tenets. U for unity, T for trust, and W for worthiness. You tell Eleanor that it was found at the murder site. Eleanor registers surprise. I cannot imagine why it was there. Someone must be trying to implicate the Fellowship. She thinks for a moment. If thou didst ask it of me, I would wager that Federico and Tanya were murdered by their own people, and another gypsy placed a candelabra at the site to implicate us. Those gypsies would kill their own mother if it meant gaining a bit of gold. Sure. Bye. Okay. Well, you can dump this here. You don't need it. But yeah, it is the same candelabra as they have in their places. I'm sure the Fellowship is completely innocent in this situation. You could use a little food, could you? Okay. Well, I think we'll actually save it there, and we'll continue with this next time. Session to end. We've done a fair bit of exploring, we've talked to a lot of people, we've even gone through some dungeons. Well, wonders never cease. But yeah, we've sort of gotten under the way was the main plot. After talking to the Lord British. And then we've traveled along here over to Cove, and then up here to Minok after going through caves. What are we going to do after that? I don't really know. I guess just wander from one town to another. We did get told about a ship which could lead us to the Isle of Fire, which might be this one? I don't actually know. But I would like to get back over here. So, because there's something I would like to explore somewhere else. Just trying to remember where it is. I can't remember whether it's down here or whether it's up here. Anyway. But yeah. It would make getting around quite a bit easier than going on foot everywhere. But it's nice to wander around. We can find caves and delve into them. We've actually all healed up, so yeah. Anyway, thank you very much for joining, and I hope you join me again next time for more Ultima VII.